Chapter 761. A long-distance carriage slowly entered Zhaozhou City. With the end of the war-torn Zhaozhou City had regained some of its vitality. At this moment, Zhaozhou City was still dilapidated and withered. Less than 1/10 of the formerly bustling streets had been restored to business, and a large number of refugees had not yet returned to the north. As the temperature gradually warmed, the icicles under the eaves dripped with melted ice water, and the snow on the streets had been trampled and mixed with the mud, appearing especially dirty. But a hint of serenity and joy could be seen on the faces of the people. They no longer hurried on with their heads lowered, no longer were their eyes filled with confusion and fear, no longer were their brows tightly furrowed. Even if their clothes were ragged, if they were fellow countrymen meeting on the streets, they would still smile and excitedly embrace each other. Humans were not afraid of suffering, but what they feared most was a lack of hope. As long as they were given hope, they would have the courage and confidence to live on. Yang Fan, who was sitting in the car, was sincerely happy to see this scene. He was one of the people who had created hope for these people. Perhaps he had played almost no role on the battlefield and had not killed many enemies, but he had used his wisdom to play a role that even an army of 100,000 could not match. Seeing this scene, the frustration and humiliation that the eagle's beak felt when he had personally witnessed the decisive battle between the Khitans and the Turks on the territory of Wuzhou had greatly lessened. His empire had fallen into serious internal strife due to the struggle for the throne and could not use all its strength to protect its people for the time being. At this time, even if he had to use some tricks and make some concessions, as long as the people who paid taxes and provided for this vast empire could have a path of survival and hope, he was willing to sacrifice his dignity as a man. The face of an emperor, a general, or a minister, was nothing compared to the belly of the people. Also sitting in the carriage were Anu and Gu Zhuting. Anu did not avoid suspicion and sat close to Yang Fan, leaning on his shoulder as they looked out the window. This was her man, her support. If she did not sit next to him, who else could she sit next to? Gu Zhuting, on the other hand, was sitting far away, so far that it was a little deliberate. Fortunately, Anu's mind was completely focused on Yang Fan, so she didn't notice her master's strange behavior. The sage said, "If you have enough food and clothing, you will know honor and disgrace." It was true. Under the harsh living conditions on the grassland, Gu Zhuting could not treat herself as a woman. If she did not sleep together, she would be frozen into a popsicle. If she did not have her hair and face dirty, she could only use up the precious snow water. Thus, everything she did there was natural and expected. However, when she returned to the civilized world and recalled everything, she felt shy and embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Fan did not do anything special, or she would be even more ashamed. Anu and Gu Zhuting were women. Although the war was not completely over, they could leave at any time if they wanted to. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was a little more troublesome. He was a soldier, but the war in the north had come to an end. The great Zhou army was besieging the Khitans who had escaped, so there was no big battle to fight. Whether Yang Fan could leave or not depended on the words of the high-ranking generals. Whether it was Li Duozhua or Lu Shida, they were all very familiar with Yang Fan and had a good relationship with him. So Yang Fan left. He went deep into the tiger's den and successfully completed the mission of borrowing soldiers, ending the Khitan rebellion before the arrival of spring, thus preventing the chaotic war situation from destroying the spring plowing in Hebei. Otherwise, the lives of the people in Hebei would be worse in the coming year. Yang Fan could be said to have made a great contribution. If he stayed in Hebei at this time, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous for him after the war, but this was no longer important to him. For him now, too high a position was actually not conducive to his development, so at this moment, Yang Fan had a bit of a carefree feeling of brushing his clothes and leaving after the matter is done, hiding his achievements and fame. "We've arrived at the inn. Let's rest for a while and continue our journey tomorrow." When the carriage stopped, Yang Fan looked back at Anu and Gu Zhuting with a smile. Anu nodded sweetly. After experiencing the pain of being separated by life and death, as long as her man could return safely, as long as she could snuggle up to him like this and smell his scent, she would be satisfied. Gu Zhuting dodged Yang Fan's gaze a little. When she walked out of the carriage, her slender feet in deerskin boots stomped on the ground a few times. Because of the long journey, there was no snow on her boot. She just wanted to use this small action to stomp away the annoyance in her heart, because she found that she was a little afraid of this little man. With a smile, Yang Fan said to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, 2 superior rooms." Around the carriage, there were a few people dressed like merchants who also dismounted and walked into the inn. Yang Fan knew that they were the people sent by the succession hall to protect his safety. When Anu stayed in the 1,000 gold smelter, the sovereign's bodyguards came to find him. However, Yang Fan was still an official, and there were still many scouts from the imperial court, the Turks, and even the surrounding tribes in Hebei. In order to avoid being noticed, Yang Fan could only ask them to be his bodyguards in secret, and did not allow them to openly follow him. When the innkeeper saw that the guest had arrived, he hurriedly and attentively received him. He called the waiter over and welcomed the guest in. After being repeatedly looted, the so-called superior rooms here were only slightly cleaner and more spacious, and nothing else. Yang Fan knew that Zhaozhou City had been severely damaged during the war, and it was impossible for there to be any high-class restaurants at this moment. He could only settle his dinner in this inn. Therefore, after washing up and changing his clothes, he went to the guest hall. After a while, Anu and Gu Zhuting also finished washing up and changing their clothes, and came to his table. Yang Fan nodded to them and asked them to order a few dishes from the menu in front of the counter, while he continued to listen to the discussion of the people at the table next to him. At the table next to them, a middle-aged merchant said to them in a serious tone, "I advise you, it's best to wait for things to settle down before going back. It's better not to go north right now." Those people were well-dressed, and it seemed that they were rich people from the north who had fled to the south during the war. Now that the war was over, they were on their way back to the north, and they happened to meet their fellow countrymen from the north. One of them, who looked like a rich gentleman, asked anxiously, "Why can't we go back now? We still have to wait for things to settle down. Could it be that the Khitans are still running rampant?" The middle-aged merchant waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, "The Khitans are no longer a threat, but have you heard that the Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, has arrived in Yuzhou?" A middle-aged man spat fiercely and said, "That pig-riding general, I spit on him." When the Khitans were arrogant, he ran away as soon as he heard the slightest news, running away faster than a damn rabbit. When the Khitans lost the war, he couldn't wait to run north, afraid that he wouldn't be able to seize the credit in time. Another person was somewhat confused and said, "So what if he arrived in Yuzhou? He's a man of our imperial court, not a Khitan." The middle-aged merchant sighed and said, "He's not a Khitan, but he's even more ruthless than them. Have you heard of the Khitan general Hioxio? Among the Khitans, he's the most bloodthirsty." Now, the elders in the north rank Wu Yizong and Hioxio together as the 2 He's, saying, "Only these 2 He's have killed the most people." The aristocrats looked at each other in dismay and said in bewilderment, "The Khitans have harmed us quite a bit, so what's wrong with him killing them a bit more ruthlessly?" The middle-aged merchant spat fiercely and said, "Who do you think he killed? How could there be so many Khitans for him to kill? Those who should escape have escaped, those who should die have died, or those who should have surrendered to the other generals." Wu Yizong rushed over, but it's a pity that he hid too far away. By the time he arrived, there were already no Khitans for him to capture. Without heads, how can he report the credit? The middle-aged merchant coldly glared at his obstinate fellow countryman and said fiercely, "Then he'll just point fingers at the good for stealing." When Wu Yizong arrived in Yuzhou, He immediately massacred the commoners of the cities that had been occupied by the Khitans for a long time, saying that they were collaborating with bandits and financed bandits. He killed an entire family, regardless of gender or age. The more the middle-aged merchant spoke, the angrier he became. He said, "All the prefectures have been plundered by the Khitans. I originally thought that now that the Khitans have been defeated, we could live in peace. Who knew that the princes of the imperial court are even more ruthless than the Khitans? Most of the Khitans seize wealth, at least they don't want people's lives, but this Wu Yizong." At this point, the middle-aged merchant slammed the table heavily, his face full of resentment. The northern aristocrats looked at each other in dismay, and were all speechless. Yang Fan, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but secretly clench his fist. The rebels had been eliminated, but the one who had done the most evil was actually the one who pacified the rebels, the prince of the Wuzhou dynasty. Because Wu Yizong was far away from the battlefield, he arrived in Yuzhou too late. By the time he arrived, only a small portion of the Khitan rebel army had fled back to Yingzhou or into the mountains and forests. The majority had either defected to the Turks or surrendered to the imperial court. Wu Yizong hadn't caught many bandits, so he could only target the commoners who were celebrating their escape from the bandits. He even killed children of 3 or 5 years old, using their heads as compensation. Wu Yizong's actions against the commoners immediately shocked all the prefectures. The commoners fled upon hearing the news. Li Duozhua, Lu Shida, Shatsa Zhongyi, and the other generals were shocked and personally went to Yuzhou to dissuade him. Even Wu Yi, who had been holed up in Danzhou and refused to go to battle, couldn't bear to watch any longer. It was true that he was afraid of battle, but he wasn't as brainless as Wu Yizong. The Wu family's performance on the Hebei battlefield had already become the laughingstock of the world. Were they afraid of being condemned by the masses if they did something so perverse? Moreover, the people of the north were tough and fierce. If they were provoked, it would be another disaster. Thus, Wu Yi immediately went to see Wu Yizong and sternly reprimanded him as his cousin. All the generals objected, and even his cousin flew into a rage. Wu Yizong also felt that his actions had offended the masses and didn't dare to kill the innocent. However, the heads he counted were far from enough to show off his military achievements. Thus, after Wu Yizong wrote a memorial recommending the imperial court to execute the entire clan of the commoners of Hebei who had joined the bandits and quickly sent it to the capital, he did another stupid thing. He set his sights on the Shi clan. Although the Shi clan had stabbed the Khitans in the back at the critical moment and expressed its position to the Great Zhou, it had still once cooperated with the Khitans. Wu Yizong led the army north and approached the Shi clan's territory, putting on an aggressive posture. He wanted to pacify Hebei and quell the Shi clan's rebellion to achieve an unparalleled merit. Chapter 762. When Wu Yizong's army arrived, King Shi was shocked and uneasy. After ambushing Sun Wanrong, he immediately wrote a letter of credence and sent someone to the Zhou emperor, stating his mistakes. He said that because his territory was close to the Khitans, he had no choice but to go against his will and compromise with Sun Wanrong in order to avoid being attacked by the Khitans, pretending to be in alliance. Now he was sending troops to help the court quell the rebellion to show his sincerity and ask for forgiveness from the celestial emperor. However, there was still no news after the letter was sent. In the end, Wu Yizong, the Zhou emperor's nephew and the northern marshal of the Fourth Route, personally led troops to the border of the Shi kingdom. When King Shi learned of this, he naturally thought that the Zhou empress was not willing to pardon him. In a moment of desperation, he could only ask for protection from the Turks. After the Turks plundered the Eagle's Mouth, they escorted the Khitans and countless supplies back to the Turks. Because of the burden of the prisoners and supplies, their speed was not fast. Thus, Mu-En escorted the prisoners and supplies back to the west, while Tsqbili and Seljuk led the light cavalry to bring up the rear. This way, they moved very slowly and King Shi's messenger quickly caught up to them. When Tsikbali and Seljuk heard that King Shi was willing to submit to the Turks and abandon Wu Zhou to serve the Turks, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was the biggest harvest of this expedition to the east. They immediately agreed and sent people to escort King Shi's envoy to see Moshe. When Tsikbili heard that the Zhou army was pressing on the border and intended to invade the Shi tribe, he personally led 20,000 elite cavalry back into the Shi tribe's territory to confront Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong was arrogant at first, but when he found out that the troops were not the Shi tribe but the Turks, he was scared out of his wits and immediately withdrew his troops back to Yuzhou. When he fled back to Yuzhou, the generals and Wu Yi heard that he had attacked the Shi tribe without permission. By now it was too late to stop him. The Shi tribe had already submitted to the Turks, and the entire Raulu commandery had become Turk territory. The people of the Shi tribe's 10 provinces had all become Turk vassals. Even worse was that the Songma governor's office was further north of the Raulu governor's office. Because the Raulu governor's office had submitted to the Turks, the Wuzhou imperial court had no way of flying over Turkic territory to enforce its rule over the Songma governor's office. Thus, the 6 Khitan tribes had essentially separated themselves from the imperial court and could only submit to the Turks in the future. What was even more unexpected was that after this series of changes, the Bayan tribe, which was located in the eastern corner and separated from Goryeo by a river, had also undergone earth-shaking changes. The leader of the Taowu tribe, Dezwerong, was brave, skillful, and resourceful. He had long unified the Taowu tribe. He had always wanted to establish a kingdom, but due to the power of Khitan, he had to rely on Khitan and didn't dare to proclaim himself king. The Khitans submitted to Wuzhou, they submitted to the Khitans, which was equivalent to Wuzhou's vassals. At present, the 6 Khitan tribes were like scattered sand and had no time to care about them. The Shi tribe had all submitted to the Turks, and the Central Plains Empire was blocked by the Shi tribe that had submitted to the Turks and couldn't threaten them. Dezwerong was overjoyed and immediately took advantage of the situation to establish a state. He proclaimed himself king and established the state of Zhen, Bohai. Because of Wu Yizong's foolish action, the Wuzhou imperial court lost a large area of territory and its people in the southern part of the Hebei province, and even gave birth to the state of Bohai. This was completely unexpected. Wu Yizong finally realized that he had caused a great disaster. He personally went to Wu Yi's tent and begged for forgiveness, kneeling on the ground and wailing. Although Wu Yi had been so infuriated by him that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens, the matter had already happened and could not be undone. If this matter were to spread, the entire Wu clan would be attacked. Helpless, Wu Yi could only invite Lu Shurda, Li Duozhua, Shatsa Zhongyi, and all the other generals to seal their mouth. Although this matter could not be completely concealed, as long as there was no official confirmation, even if there was some discussion among the people, how long could it last? Lu Shurda and the others had been guarding the border all year round and fought with the enemy for every inch of land. For the sake of territory and population, they had fought with the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate for their entire lives and shed blood for their entire lives. Seeing how scoundrel Wu Yizong was, they really wanted to hack this scoundrel into 1,000 pieces to appease the hatred in their hearts. However, this world belonged to the Wu clan, and everyone knew that the Empress was biased towards the Wu clan. Even if this matter was reported to the imperial court, Wu Yizong would not be executed. In order to give an explanation to the people of the world, the biggest possibility was that he would be banished to a place to be a provincial governor. He would be a scourge to the people for a few years and return to the capital after everything had calmed down. But what about them? From then on, they would become a thorn in the Wu clan's side, and they would never have peace again. Helpless, the old generals maintained their silence at the same time. Wu Yi pacified the few generals and tried to conceal the cause of this series of events as much as possible. However, he did not dare to deceive Wu Zetian. He had always maintained a neutral position between Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, and had directly attached himself to the current emperor, so how could he dare to conceal anything? Therefore, after the matter was settled, he wrote a secret memorial and had it sent to the capital on horseback. Yang Fan was heading south at this moment and was completely unaware of the upheaval in the north. Because of Wu Yizong's carelessness, a large portion of the country that his ancestors had fought for was lost. After rushing day and night, he finally returned when the spring breeze had just blown through Luoyang and the city was filled with poplar catkins. Yang Fan's carriage drove through Luoyang's northern city's Anshi Gate and passed through various lanes until it exited Yuji Lane and arrived at the Luoshui River. Only then did it turn west and rushed along the riverbank to the Tianjin Bridge. Along the way, there were more and more pedestrians in front of him. Later on, the road was jammed with people and the carriage could not move forward at all. Although Luoyang was bustling, there were not so many people in the past. For some reason, it was still far from the Tianjin Bridge, but the road was already crowded with people, and it was difficult to move even an inch. Yang Fan was in a hurry to go home to see his beloved wife and son. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help poking his head out and seeing the crowd in the distance. He could only see that the entire street was jammed. He couldn't help asking in surprise, "What happened?" At this time, one of the Succession Hall Imperial bodyguards who was secretly protecting Yang Fan had already gone forward to inquire. A moment later, he came back to report, Lang, the Emperor has issued an edict to execute the criminals at the Tianjin Bridge. The common people have all come to watch, so it's extremely crowded. Yang Fan's heart thumped. On the day that Li Junchen and Li Zhaoda were executed, the street was not as crowded as this. Who was it that the Emperor wanted to kill today that there would be such a large crowd? Yang Fan hurriedly asked, "Who is the Emperor going to execute?" The Imperial bodyguard replied, "The one to be executed is the great general of the Baotao Guards, Yan Jiwei." This surname was rare, but Yang Fan found it somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully, he asked in surprise, "Is it Yan Lide's grandson?" The Imperial bodyguard replied, "Yes." This Yan Lide was a great craftsman in the early Tang dynasty. He was an expert in architecture and painting. Emperor Taizong's Zhao Mausoleum was designed and supervised by him. The pavilion of Lingyan was also built by him. Moreover, the pavilion of Lingyan's 24 meritorious officials and the Qin residence's 18 scholars' painting were both created by him. Therefore, although he didn't know much about his grandson, Yang Fan, he knew a lot about this famous craftsman who had passed away a long time ago. Yang Fan asked in surprise, "What crime did this General Yan commit?" The Imperial bodyguard replied, "Yan Jiwei committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. The Emperor has issued an edict, ordering all the officials to shoot him. Because of this rare scene, the common people are scrambling to watch." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan frowned. He didn't know what kind of enemy this person had conspired to provoke the Emperor into such a thunderous rage that he came up with such a method to vent his anger. The Imperial bodyguards under him also knew that their sovereign was anxious to return home. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked, someone had already gone to the embankment to call for a boat. After promising a generous reward, the boat anchored there and returned to Yang Fan's side, saying, Lang, I heard that the Imperial Court wants to execute his entire family. The execution won't be over for a while. Lang, please board the boat and cross the river so that we can return to the residence." Yang Fan nodded and alighted from the carriage with Nu and Gu Zhuting. They walked along the embankment and boarded the small boat. From afar, they could see a sea of people on both sides of the Tianjin Bridge. On the lonely bridge, there was only one person tied up. His heart was moved and he ordered, "Sail the boat over, I want to see." The boatman, who had received a generous reward, had no reason to refuse. He hurriedly and attentively rowed the small boat over slowly. On the Tianjin Bridge, a person was standing upright in the middle of the bridge. One end of a long rope mixed with metal wire was tightly tied to his body, and the other end was firmly fixed to the stone pillars on both sides of the bridge railings to prevent him from falling. At this moment, the person's body was already covered with arrows. He looked like a human-shaped hedgehog, looking very frightening. A court official slowly walked to one side of the bridge. A military general handed him a bow and arrows. The person pulled the bowstring and looked at the bloody human-shaped hedgehog on the bridge. Even the facial features were difficult to recognize. The person's arms couldn't help but tremble. He shot an arrow, but it unexpectedly went askew, and the arrow lightly fell into the river. The military official next to him very patiently handed him another arrow, but this time the civil official shot the arrow askew again. After shooting 5 arrows in a row, he finally hit the bloody man's body. This civil official was already sweating profusely. Seeing that he had hit the target, he immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He retreated with the help of someone else as if he had collapsed. Another official walked up while trembling with fear and trepidation. He took the bow and arrow from the general's hands. This Yan Jiwei was originally the great general of the Baotao Guards. Because Wu Zetian had agreed to make peace with the Turks through marriage, she sent Wu Yanxiu to the Turks to escort the bride. Yan Jiwei was appointed as the envoy and was even given the title of Minister of Rights. As a result, as soon as Wu Yanxiu arrived at the Turks, Moshe used the excuse that Wu Yanxiu was not the son of the emperor and that his daughter was going to marry Prince Li Tang to put him under house arrest. Even now, he has not been released. Soon after, Moshe sent his troops to Hebei and pillaged the provinces. When his troops invaded Hebei, he also brought this unlucky ambassador to escort the bride with him. During the attack on Zhaozhou, in order to lower the morale of the defending troops, Moshe ordered Yan Jiwei and the Khitan soldiers to sing and dance at the foot of Zhaozhou's walls, singing "Long Live the Emperor." Zhaozhou's garrison general Chen Lingying was furious and questioned him from the top of the city wall. "The Minister of Rights is an important position, yet you are forcing people to sing for you. Don't you feel ashamed?" Yan Jiwei could only reply with a bitter smile, "I was forced by others. I really had no choice." When Lu Shurta and Shatsa led their loyal troops into Hebei, the Turks retreated and killed tens of thousands of Zhaozhou people. Because Yan Jiwei had been obedient, they released him. In the end, when Yan Jiwei returned to the court, Wu Zetian heard about his shameful behavior at the foot of Zhaozhou and felt that it was a disgrace to the country. Especially when she had agreed to the marriage, the Turks went back on their word and detained Wu Yanxiu. It was like a fierce slap to her face. In her anger and humiliation, Wu Zetian vented all her anger on this cowardly man, resulting in this unprecedented execution. By the time the last official finished shooting, Yan Jiwei had become a hedgehog stained with blood. Because some of the officials were not good at archery and their aim was poor, the arrows were all over his body. It was only because he was tied to a rope that he did not fall. At this time, an executioner dressed in red suddenly strode forward, followed by his disciple, who was holding a lacquer tray with red damask in his hand. The people at the bridgehead who had just started a commotion suddenly quieted down again. Chapter 763. Even though Yan Jiwei deserved to die, such a tragic way of death was enough to frighten the people who hated him to the core, leaving only fear in their hearts and not excitement to vent their anger. Now that the executioner came forward, the people gathered on both sides of the Tianjin Bridge did not know what other methods of execution would be used on a corpse. They all held their breath and watched. Yan Jiwei's death was extremely tragic, but the executioner had killed countless people in his life and was the #1 executioner in the Ministry of Justice. The executioners in the Ministry of Justice were all his disciples and grand disciples. In his lifetime, he had killed countless nobles and generals, so he naturally did not care about this scene. The executioner walked to the front of Yan Jiwei's upright corpse and reached out to pull out the arrows in his chest. One by one, the sharp arrows were pulled out from the corpse's flesh, and he threw them on the ground. Then, he took out a sharp knife from the plate, and as the onlookers cried out in alarm, his wrist lowered, and the knife had already cut open Yen Jiwei's chest. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd, the executioner cut open Yen Jiwei's chest and put his hand in to feel his heart. He swiftly cut it out with the knife and ruthlessly threw it on the ground. The scene of thousands of arrows piercing the heart and then cutting open the abdomen shocked the people who were watching the execution. Even though there were a few ruffians in the crowd who were still cheering, most people could not bear to watch anymore. At this moment, a row of prison carriages came from the direction of the Ministry of Justice. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong led dozens of bailiffs to clear the way and forcefully split the crowd to ensure that the prison carriages could pass. There were men and women, old and young, in the prison carriages. They were all Yen Jiwei's family and relatives. Among them, the most conspicuous were a few children. They were imprisoned alone in a prison carriage. The older ones were 5 or 6 years old, and the younger ones were only 2 or 3 years old. Different from the lifeless expressions of the other adults in the prison carriages, the children did not seem to know what had happened. A few children grabbed onto the bars of the prison carriages and looked curiously at the crowded crowd by the roadside. They even had innocent smiles on their faces. An old woman looked at them and tears suddenly welled up in her muddy old eyes. She turned around and forcefully squeezed out, murmuring, "Sin! What a sin! I can't watch it any more." Her son was originally reluctant to leave, but seeing that his mother was about to leave, he could only chase after her. He protected his mother with one hand and separated the crowd with the other. The crowd was strangely silent. The mother and son easily pushed open a path and walked out. A peddler selling biscuits with a basket looked at the ignorant children and could not help but sigh sadly. Even if it was a great crime, there was no reason to implicate such young children. Why did such young children have to bear such a heavy punishment for their fathers? However, this was the decree of the Empress. Who dared to defy it? A child on the prisoner carriage saw the basket in his hands and looked eagerly. He even put a finger in his mouth and swallowed. The pancake peddler had an impulse. He went forward and grabbed a few pancakes from the basket and placed them in the cart. He said in a choked voice, "Children, eat them. Uncle gave them to you." It seemed that the children were really hungry. They all grabbed the biscuits and ate with relish. After the peddler finished handing over the biscuits, he looked with some fear at the bailiffs next to the prison carriages. The bailiffs had solemn expressions but did not seem to see him. When they walked to his side, they only waved their hands for him to leave. Seeing this scene, more people were encouraged. Some people brought food with them. When the prison wagon carrying the children passed in front of them, they handed the food, candies, dried fruits, and pastries into the prison wagon. The children on the prison carriages were beaming with joy. 2 children were fighting over a few large dates and laughing as they pushed each other. They had no idea that their young lives were about to come to an end. Some of the soft-hearted commoners could not help but shed tears. On the execution platform on the north side of the Tianjin Bridge, the imperial censor saw this scene and his lips twitched. He also revealed an expression of pity. He reached out with a trembling hand and grabbed the punishment stick. He suddenly turned around and threw the punishment stick behind him. In a deep voice, he said, "By imperial decree, the young and old of the Yen family are all to be hanged to death. Immediately execute." Clang! The punishment stick fell to the ground. The sound was clear, but it was like a heavy drum beating on people's hearts. There were no cries of onlookers at the scene. Everyone was silent. The happy laughter of the ignorant children on the prison carriages was abnormally ear-piercing at this moment. On the side door, Wu Zetian looked at the Tianjin Bridge in the distance. She fiercely slammed her walking stick on the ground and said, "Humph! Her daughter Yanxiu is not allowed to return to the court. She is happily singing and dancing outside the walls of Zhaozhou, causing my court to lose all dignity. Such a traitor has lost his teacher and humiliated the country. Even if I cut his flesh, break his bones, break his limbs, and execute his entire family, it will not appease the anger in my heart." Shangguan quietly stood behind her. Her eyes were slightly lowered as she looked at the ground. She could not bear to raise her eyes to look. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were supporting Wu Zetian, said, "Yan Jiwei deserves to die. The Yan family deserves to die. Your Majesty, please do not be angry, lest you injure your dragon body." It was at this moment that 2 Imperial Army officers supported a travel-worn and fatigued border army officer to the top of the city walls. The triangular red flag on the officer's shoulder had turned a dark red because it had been covered in too much dust. When Wu Zetian saw this situation, she thought that something big had happened at the border again. Her expression tightened. The officer had been running at full speed the whole way. His legs were still a bit numb, and he could only be supported by others. When he saw the Empress, the officer panted and knelt down to pay his respects. He took down the yellow silk package from his shoulder and held it up with both hands, saying, "Great General Wu Yi's secret memorial." Zhang Changzong hurriedly let go of Wu Zetian and went forward to take down the package. He opened it on the side and took out the sealed box. He opened the lacquered seal and took out a secret letter from within. He handed it over with both hands to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian narrowed her presbyopic eyes and carefully read for a moment. Her face suddenly became ashen and her hands couldn't help but start to tremble. Zhang Yizhi stood to the side and stole a glance. He could only faintly make out a few lines. It seemed that Wu Yi's secret memorial to Wu Yizong was about something. He could also faintly make out some words that seemed to mention the Shi tribe, the Turks, and the Bayan people establishing a country. He deserves to die. He really deserves to die. Losing power and humiliating the country, we are united here. Wan and Zhang Changzong were both a bit surprised. They didn't know what had happened. Wu Zetian tightly gripped Wu Yi's secret memorial and panted heavily. She suddenly felt a bit dispirited. After a moment of silence, she said in a calm voice, "Wan pass on the edict. The battle in Hebei has ended. Chief Commander Wu Yizong is to immediately resign from his post to Wu Yi and return to Luoyang. Based on his military achievements, he will be appointed Great General of the Left and lead the troops stationed in Jingdo." Shangguan hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement. Wu Zetian gripped the secret letter in her hand and shakily turned around. Yan Jiwei was greedy for life and afraid of death, but it was only because she was forced by the butcher's knife that she danced and danced to lower the morale of the Zhaozhou garrison. Wu Yizong lost his land and lost his people. The losses he caused to the court were like heaven and earth compared to Yan Jiwei. If Wu Yizong's surname wasn't Wu, if he wasn't connected to Wu Zetian in both glory and loss, then even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be regretful. In the letter, Wu Yi listed all the stupid things Wu Yizong had done in Hebei and repeatedly begged the Empress to transfer him away. Otherwise, who knew what other unimaginably stupid things he would do? Wu Zetian really hated this little beast now, but what could she do? She could only hide this matter as much as possible and pretend that nothing had happened. Because of Wu Yizong's stupidity, Wu Zetian was even more disappointed in the Wu family. She angrily looked at the Tianjin bridge and saw that the crowd was dispersing. It looked like the execution had finished. But then Wu Zetian discovered that someone was collecting the bodies of Yan Jiwei's family. Wu Zetian's anger caused by Wu Yizong's stupidity suddenly had a target to vent. She pointed at the Tianjin bridge and shouted in a deep voice, "Didn't the old and young of the Yan family all die? Who was the one who collected his corpse? Is there someone who sympathizes with the traitor, or is there still evil left in the Yan family?" Zhang Yizhi hurriedly summoned an imperial guard general and ordered him to go investigate. He then smiled apologetically at Wu Zetian and said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry, and harm the dragon body. Yizhi has already sent someone to take a look. We will know the details in a moment." Yang Fan rowed the small boat upstream, and by the time he reached the Tianjin Bridge, the execution was already over. The bodies of the Yen family were thrown to the side of the bridge, waiting for Basho to bring people to deal with them. The executioner had already left with his subordinates, and the crowd was also gradually leaving. Yang Fan abandoned the boat and went ashore. He saw the bodies of the Yen family members, men and women, old and young. He stood there and didn't say a word. He didn't know if it was because he was used to seeing death on the battlefield or because he had seen many families slaughtered by the Empress, but strangely, Yang Fan didn't feel any sorrow or anger. Perhaps Yen Jiwei deserved to die, even if the punishment was a bit harsh. But even if he didn't deserve to die, Yang Fan didn't feel angry. There were many families that were more innocent than the Yen family that had their entire families killed. It could be because of political strife or war. Such things were unavoidable in any dynasty and at any time. But the frequency of such tragedies could be controlled. In Yang Fan's heart, the desire to overthrow the Wu family's rule grew stronger and stronger. He now somewhat understood why Xue Huai wanted to burn down heaven. It was because he also wanted to burn down Wu Zetian's throne. Yang Fan stood silently for a long time before ordering people to buy some coffins from a coffin shop. He had them put away the bodies of the Yen family members and sent them to the monastery to be buried. If these bodies were handed over to Basho to deal with, they could only be wrapped in straw mats and buried in a random barren mountain or thrown into a monastery to be cremated. Perhaps Yen Jiwei wasn't worthy of sympathy, but he couldn't hide his compassion when faced with those young corpses. The people who went to buy the coffins hadn't returned yet when an imperial guard quickly rushed over. A squad leader sternly shouted, "Who was the one collecting the corpses of the traitors?" Yang Fan turned his head and indifferently glanced at him. The squad leader was startled and said in shock, "Yang, Lang Zhong. Oh no, Colonel Yang." This captain was a member of the 100 Cavalry, and his name was Zhang Shidong. In the past, he had gone to the western region with Yang Fan to spy on intelligence, and it was thanks to Yang Fan that he was promoted. Now that he suddenly saw his old superior in front of him, he felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Shidong hesitated for a moment before quickly walking forward and whispering, "Colonel." His Majesty saw someone collecting the corpses of the Yen family and was rather angry. He ordered this lowly one to bring someone back to question him. "Colonel, you must be careful." Yang Fan nodded and said, "I'll go with you." Having said that, he dusted off his clothes and walked towards the palace. Zhang Shidong was startled and quickly followed behind. A squad of imperial guards wielding halberds and swords seemed to have become his followers. Chapter 764. Yang Fan. Wu Zetian saw Yang Fan and revealed a slightly surprised expression. Yang Fan bowed and said, "Yes, it is me. I was slightly injured in Hebei, and could not follow General Li Duozhua into battle due to the inconvenience of riding a warhorse. I am indebted to General for your consideration in allowing me to return to the capital first." As Yang Fan said this, he quickly glanced at Shanghai Wanner. Wanner's eyes were already brimming with tears of joy. She hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to smooth her sleeves to hide her uncontrollable joy. Wu Zetian's face darkened and she coldly stared at him. She slowly said, "Do you know who I executed at the Tianjin Bridge?" Yang Fan said, "I have already heard. I believe that Yen Jiwei should be executed. Your Majesty executed her entire family to serve as a warning to others. However, the entire Yen family has already been executed. It is not appropriate to leave their corpses exposed on the street. I did not know Yen Jiwei, and did not have any personal feelings for him. It was purely to protect your Majesty's benevolence." Wu Zetian coldly glanced at him again, and quietly thought for a moment. She did not mention this matter and changed the topic. She asked, "Yang Xian captured the Khitan General Hia Shao at the front lines. Later, the Khitan generals Luo Wuzhen and Li Zhanggu surrendered with their troop. Then, Fei-mo killed Sun Wanrong and surrendered with his head. Before this, the court suffered heavy casualties at the east and west gorges of the Hebei province. These Khitan generals killed the most of our soldiers that day. Most of the civil and military officials in the court believe that they are unforgivable and should be executed to wipe away their previous shame. You came from the Hebei province and know them well. What do you think I should do? Yang Fan did not dare to be perfunctory about this matter. He thought for a moment and answered seriously, "In the battlefield, everyone serves their own masters. I do not think it is appropriate to use this as a reason to kill captives and surrender. However, Hia Shao is a cruel person. Among the Khitan generals, he killed the most and often enjoyed torturing and killing the common people. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes and should not be pardoned. This official thinks that he should be punished in the open to deter thieves and thieves." Wu Zetian nodded slightly and asked, "What about the other generals?" Yang Fan said, "Since Fei-mo killed his leader and led his people to surrender to the court, I believe that the court should accept it. Otherwise, if there is another threat on the border, the Idi would rather die in battle than surrender. Moreover, the 6 Khitan tribes that are still residing in the Yingzhou region will also feel sympathy for the loss of their own kind and will have different opinions about the imperial court." Wu Zetian smiled bitterly. Hearing Yang Fan say this, she knew that he still did not know that the Shi tribe had already submitted to the Turk. The 6 Khitan tribes were now essentially independent. De Zhuorong had also taken the opportunity to establish his own state. The great Zhou dynasty had now lost the entire northeast. Moreover, she had heard that Fei-mo had integrated the remaining forces of Sun Wanrong and Li Jinzhong's Dia clan. Nominally, the Dia clan was the leader of the Khitans, but in terms of strength, they no longer lived up to their name. In addition, she had heard that Fei-mo had integrated the remaining forces of Sun Wanrong and Li Jinzhong's Dia clan. In name, the Dia clan was the leader of the Khitans, but in terms of strength, they no longer lived up to their name. If they were allowed to return to Yingzhou, then the Khitan 6 tribes, whose strength had been preserved, and the Dia clan, who had nominal authority over the Khitans, would inevitably fight for power. It would be normal for this fight to last for 80 to 100 years, so their internal friction would be extremely beneficial to the Wuzhou dynasty. Thus, although Yang Fan's reasoning was not as good as hers, it still gained her approval. Yang Fan continued, "As for Li Kaigu and Luo Wuzhen, they are brave and skilled in battle. They are indeed talented. Moreover, during the period when they were leading the troops, their discipline could be considered strict. Although they did plunder property, they rarely harmed the common people. Now that they have taken the initiative to surrender, your subject believes that the imperial court can take them in." Wu Zetian said, "But most of the officials and generals in the imperial court think that they are Khitans and cannot be trusted. What do you think?" Yang Fan said, "In the Lingyan pavilion, Yu Qigong and Chu Tudong are not Han. Haidai Changji, Li Duozhua and Shatsa Zhongyi are also not Han. Yan Jiwei, who was just executed by His Majesty, is a Han. Your subject believes that loyalty and treachery, courage and cowardice, have nothing to do with which clan they belong to. If His Majesty treats them with sincerity, how can they not die for His Majesty?" Yang Fan was discussing the matter on its own merit. He felt that the Khitans should be treated differently. Luo Wuzhen and Li Kaigu were brave and skilled in battle. If they could be subdued, it would be beneficial to the country. However, he did not expect that his words today would protect Li Kaigu's life and future. Otherwise, the famous general of the Tang dynasty, Li Guangbi, would not have the opportunity to be born again. Listening to Yang Fan's words, Wu Zetian pondered for a moment. Her heart was filled with ambition again. She believed that with her courage she could definitely subdue these 2 surrendered generals. Therefore, she nodded and said, "When Elder D wrote to the imperial court about the treatment of the surrendered generals, there are many similarities with what you have said. Master D is experienced in scheming for the country. You are also familiar with these two Khitan generals. Zhen deeply agrees with your suggestion. Wu Zetian was most skilled in grasping people's minds and human nature. But perhaps she was too old, so old that she did not have the energy to see through other people's mind. When she once again used Direnjia and entrusted him with heavy responsibility, she completely forgot the confession that Direnjia wrote in anger when he was imprisoned. Great Zhou Revolution, all things are reformed. Tang's old ministers are willing to be slaughtered. In Direnjia's heart, he had always regarded himself as an old minister of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, Wu Zetian did not notice the coldness hidden deep in Yang Fan's eyes. Wu Zetian's expression softened. Looking deeply at Yang Fan, she slowly said, "All right, Zhen knows what you did in Hebei. Zhen has always been fair in rewards and punishment. I will not forget your contributions. Since you are injured, go back to the residence and rest. When the matter in Hebei is over, Zhen will put you in an important position." Yang Fan bowed in agreement. When he hurried to leave, he looked at Shanghai Wanner in a daze. "Wanner, follow Zhen back to the palace." "Wanner?" Wu Zetian slowly turned around. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly noticed that Shanghai Wanner did not move. She could not help but look at her strangely. "Ah, Wanner is thinking about the matter of the Turks. Since the Khitan generals can treat the Turks differently, can your Majesty also temporarily use the policy of restraining them?" Wanner hurriedly chased after Wu Zetian and casually found an excuse. Wu Zetian slammed her walking stick on the ground and angrily said, the Turks, they put Yen Xiu under house arrest. The imperial court sent messengers to urge them, but they refused to let her go. The Shi tribe was originally a vassal of Zhou, but they dared to brazenly snatch it from Zhen's hands. Now they are asking for rewards for sending troops to help Zhen fight against the rebels. How preposterous! Wanner softly advised, "Your Majesty, it is not the right time for our imperial court to start a war with the Turks. Your Majesty, please bear with it for now. Build up the strength of the country. Sooner or later, we will make them pay back with interest." Wu Zetian angrily walked a few steps. Finally, she dejectedly sighed and said, "Then I will add Moshe as the great Chanyu of Jie, Di Li Shi and the Khan. As for the rewards, you decide." "Yes." Wanner bowed and agreed. She was thinking of finding a convenient opportunity to ask Wu Zetian for a few days off to visit relatives. That enemy, every time he went out, he was always worried. He didn't know how much she had to worry for him. Now that he saw her, he would definitely not be able to have peace. "Officer, take care." Zhang Shitong respectfully sent Yang Fan to the palace gate and politely said a few words. Yang Fan smiled and said, "We are brothers, no need to be so polite." He patted Zhang Shitong's shoulder and warmly said, "We are good brothers who went to the western regions together. It has been a long time since we met. I have just returned, so it is not convenient for me to meet these 2 days. How about 5 days later? 5 days later, I will host a banquet at the 1,000 Gold Drunk, and have a gathering with my old brothers. I will have to trouble you to inform our brothers." Zhang Shitong was overwhelmed by the favor. He hurriedly said, "Ha, officer, thank you for your generosity. Actually, all of our brothers are looking forward to meeting with you. However, because you have always been busy, we did not dare disturb you. Don't worry, Lieutenant. Leave this matter to me." Yang Fan nodded, turned around, and walked out of the side gate. In the past, he had only interacted with high-ranking officers, but now he felt the need to gather these comrades who had gone through thick and thin with him in the western regions. They were all part of the 100 Cavalry, and perhaps, when the time came, he would need them the most. Yang Fan walked out of the side gate. Not long after, a guard of honor approached him. Yang Fan didn't pay them any mind, and even deliberately moved to the side to avoid them. Unexpectedly, the guard stopped right in front of him, and a voice came from the carriage. "Erlang!" Yang Fan raised his head and saw that it was King Liang Wu Sansi, sitting in the carriage. He hurriedly crossed his arms and bowed. Yang Fan greets your highness, King Liang. Wu Sansi smiled and solemnly said, Get in the carriage. Yes. Yang Fan replied and boarded the carriage. King Liang's carriage was quite spacious, and there were seats on both sides. Wu Sansi had him sit in the side seat. He looked him up and down and then said with a smile, You did well in Hebei. This king is already aware of that. Yang Fan still had to feign civility with Wu Sansi, so he couldn't show any impatience. He bowed and said with a smile, The situation was urgent, and Great General Li Duo's subordinates were lacking in eloquence. I had no other choice, so I had no choice but to do what I could. Compared to the soldiers who fought on the front lines, what I did cannot be considered a great contribution. Wu Sansi waved his hand and said, There is no need to be humble when you deserve credit. Mencius once said, Those who use their minds govern others, and those who use their strength govern others. These words are not false. Even on the battlefield, those who are good at using schemes and strategies are still superior to those who are brave and valiant. He smiled and stroked his beard. He looked at Yang Fan and said, You have made a great contribution this time, and His Majesty will definitely reward you. You were delayed in your appointment at the Ministry of Personnel, but with this contribution, it won't be difficult for you to make a comeback. What are your plans? Perhaps this king can lend you a helping hand. Yang Fan's heart moved. After thinking for a while, he put on a wry smile and said, I am indebted to your highness' praise. In fact, this official's scheming can only be used in front of those illiterate generals. Compared to the minds of the officials in the court, this is far from enough. From the Ministry of Justice to the Ministry of Personnel, this subject has always been reckless and impetuous. It was only through my courage and your highness' care that I was able to continue my journey. Otherwise, I would have fallen a long time ago. This subject feels that the path of a civil official is not suitable for a martial artist like this subject. This subject wishes to return to the Imperial Army and the 100 Cavalry. What does your highness think? Chapter 765. Good. Wu Sansi was overjoyed. He heavily patted Yang Fan's shoulder and said excitedly, Erlang's thoughts coincide with mine. Haha, I also have the same thoughts. I was just worried that you were unwilling to give up your career as a civil official and return to the army. Now that Erlang has the same thoughts, I will ensure that you return to the 100 Cavalry. At this point, Wu Sansi suddenly stopped talking and looked around. He slightly leaned forward and said mysteriously, I'm afraid there will be changes in the court. Erlang can return to the army and display his skills. Yang Fan was slightly surprised and asked, What do you mean? Wu Sansi's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, The Khitans rebelled and shouted the slogan, Return Luling and Prince Yang. The Turks invaded and shouted the slogan, Replace Li Li to defeat Zhou. Even that old thief Di Renjia took the opportunity to use the title of Crown Prince to confuse people. According to the information I received, His Majesty was silent for a few days after hearing these news. Not long after, His Majesty asked about the food in the East Palace and allowed the crown heirs to go out of the city to ride horses. He also started to pay attention to the news from Fangzhou. This is unprecedented. Yang Fan's expression turned serious and said, His Majesty has decided on an heir? Wu Sansi shook his head and said, From the information I received, it seems that he is not decided. However, His Majesty's thoughts are like the sea and are the most difficult to guess. We must be on guard. When you return to the army, you must quickly grab a group of people loyal to you. After His Majesty's 100 years, if there are any changes, we can also. Wu Sansi stretched out a tightly clenched fist and slowly opened it with his palm facing up. He then slowly flipped it over and pressed it heavily on his knee. Yang Fan quickly acted like he understood and said, This official understands. Wu Sansi raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder. He said in a deep voice, "If I can rule the world, I will not mistreat you." Yang Fan said sternly, "I will naturally serve your highness." Wu Sansi nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. Go home and rest. Leave the matter of returning to the 100 cavalry to me." Yang Fan said, "Yes. Are you in such a hurry to enter the palace?" Wu Sansi revealed a complacent look and said, "That's right. His Majesty has entrusted me with the task of rebuilding Ming Hall, Heaven and casting the 9 cauldrons. Now, Ming Hall and Heaven have not been completed in time, but the 9 cauldrons are almost complete." Wu Sansi smiled and said, "The 9 cauldrons consume a total of 500 pounds of copper. The Yongchang cauldron is the head of the cauldron, which is 10 feet and 8 feet tall. The other 8 cauldrons are 10 feet and 4 feet tall. This prince is thinking that the 9 cauldrons must be completed before the award ceremony for the great victory in Hebei. This way, your Majesty will be able to suppress the 9 prefectures and reign supreme in the universe." Yang Fan sighed and lightly said, "Prince is filial to His Majesty. His Majesty should really choose Prince as the crown prince." Wu Sansi laughed heartily, but before he could finish his laughter, his face darkened. "It's a pity that Dan and Xian didn't die. Otherwise, the crown prince wouldn't be so difficult to decide." South of Luoyang, Jiaqing Lane. Ning Ke had lived here for a whole winter. In fact, she should have returned to Chang'an before winter came, but her condition suddenly worsened. The boat lady didn't dare to let her travel long distances, so she continued to stay here and invited a famous doctor in Luoyang to treat her. But Ning Ke's condition didn't improve. When Duguyu heard the news, he was worried about his sister's condition and also rushed over from Chang'an. The famous doctor in Luoyang, Jiang Shichen, was hired by the Dugu family with a large sum of money. Now he lived in the Dugu family's mansion and specially made prescriptions for Ning Ke. It was quiet in the courtyard. A few birds on the tree chirped a few times, but they were blown away by the maid with a long pole. On the bed, Ning Ke woke up with a start. The room was dark, and it seemed to be dusk. When she fainted because of the pain, it seemed to be in the morning. Ning Ke touched her body weakly. When she couldn't bear the pain in her head, she sweated profusely. But now she didn't feel sticky, and her clothes had been changed. The boat lady knew that she was clean, so she must have wiped her body and changed her clothes. Ning Ke softly moaned and raised her hand to gently touch her forehead. The emerald green bracelet on her thin wrist was still empty. She had suffered a lot this winter. Her body became thinner, her chin was sharp, and her face was haggard. Only her eyes were still big. Hearing the faint moan, the boat lady hurried to the bed and called softly, "Miss!" Ning Ke said in a low voice, "Is it dark?" The boat lady hurriedly shook her head. "No, I don't want to disturb you, so I closed the window." As she said this, she hurried to the window, pulled open the thick velvet curtains, and gently opened the window. Sunshine came in, and the fresh spring breeze blew in. Ning Ke slightly narrowed his eyes and gently took a breath of the fresh air with the smell of spring. The boat lady returned to the bed and sat down. She gently held Ning Ke's skinny little hand and whispered, "Miss, Yang Fan has returned to the capital." Ning Ke's eyes suddenly lit up. The boat lady said, "Do you want to see him? Maybe you want to chat with him." Ning Ke's eyes dimmed again. She gently stroked her thin cheeks and said quietly, "He's gone. Why should I see him? This time I can finally go out of the house. I can travel so far and see so many mountains and rivers. I'm very happy." The boat lady said, "Miss." Ning Ke gently pursed her lips and firmly shook her head. After a long silence, she faintly said, "I am a useless person. I'm a burden to my elder brother. He left his family business to stay with me and worry about me every day. I'm a burden to everyone." The boatwoman panicked. She placed her hand over her heart and said, "How can Miss say that? In this world, I have never seen a girl more intelligent and quick-witted than Mississippi Miss is the best girl in the world. Ninka foolishly looked at the curtain slightly swayed by the spring breeze and softly said, "But that's not what I want. I just hope that I won't have to live so hard in my next life." With a soft sigh, Ninka tiredly closed her eyes again. The boat lady gently held her skinny little hand. Unknowingly, tears had crept up her cheeks. The flower hall of the Yang family was more than twice the size of the one Yang fan had in the capital. The floor was covered with a soft carpet. 2 little guys wobbled, one in front and the other in the back. The child in front looked a little shorter. He had a cute hairstyle like a teapot lid and wore open crotch pants. He walked to the antique shelf like a little penguin and tiptoed to reach a set of Han Dynasty pottery wall pots with 2 birds and monsters on them. "Oh, my little ancestor, you can't touch this thing. It's your father's decoration." Xiaoman, who was sitting on the table and wiping Yang Fan's scabbard, turned her head and saw him. She hurriedly ran over, slapped his little butt and grabbed his little hand. Yang Nianzu unhappily shouted a few times. Seeing that his mother didn't allow him to touch it, he finally gave up. He struggled out of his mother's arms and wobbled forward again. Xiaoman let out a sigh of relief, but as soon as she turned around, she saw her precious daughter squatting in front of the 12 painted screens, reaching her little hand into the gaps of the painted screens to feel. Xiaoman quickly ran over and scolded, "My daughter, you're not delicate at all. You haven't even wiped here yet, and your hands are covered in dust. Taomei, get a rag and get a basin of water." Pop! There was a loud noise behind her. Xiaoman turned her head and saw that young Master Yang had suddenly run to the door and pushed down the flower stand. The flower pot on the flower stand fell to the ground and broke into a few petals. Yang Nianzu turned pale with fright. He was stunned for a moment, then he immediately ran and rushed into his mother's arms with his 2 short legs. "You little bastard, how many flower pots have you broken?" Xiaoman slapped the arhat bed with hatred. Seeing this, Yang Nianzu hurriedly stood on his tiptoes, raised his little hand and slapped the bed hard. He glared at his mother and cried out, imitating Xiaoman's expression, actions, and even tone to perfection. "Oh! You're rebelling, are you learning from me?" Xiaoman fiercely slapped the arhat bed 3 times. Yang Nianzu's desire to learn was abnormally strong. He immediately did it 3 times without skipping a beat. Xiaoman angrily sat on the bed and said, "Fine. Do it. When your father comes back, let's see how he'll deal with you." In the blink of an eye, Yang Nianrong, who had been ignored by her, ran to the table again and reached out her little hand to grab the scabbard on the table. "You can't touch it. You can't touch it." Xiaoman couldn't care less about pretending to be angry. She hurriedly ran over and reached out to touch the scabbard, then quickly retracted her hand. She frowned and pretended to be in pain, saying, "Ah, it hurts." Seeing this, Yang Nianrong also reached out her hand. She couldn't reach the scabbard on the table, so she reached out her little hand to touch the table leg. Then she quickly retracted her hand and also frowned, saying in a childish voice, "Ah, it hurts." Xiaoman was so angry that she laughed. She poked her forehead and said angrily, "You, why did I give birth to a pair of naughty children like you? Just you wait, your father will be back soon. When he gets home, humph. Just because you guys are so naughty, it would be strange if he doesn't spank your butts 8 pieces." Yang Nianrong was startled and said, "Daddy, butts 8 pieces?" Yang Nianzu was a boy, so he learned slower than his sister. He followed up with a lisp, "Stacked butts 80,000. Xiaoman glared with her almond-shaped eyes and said, "Yes, 80,000, I'll spank your little butts into 80,000. I can't bear to. You're just a kid. Be more naughty, and you'll have a bright future when you grow up." Suddenly, a laughing voice came from the side. Xiaoman suddenly turned her head and saw the man standing at the door with a smile. Her tears suddenly fell uncontrollably. From the uncertainty of Yang Fan's life and death to the news of his survival at the military station, Xiaoman felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell, and from hell to heaven. Her heart was really tortured. She thought, she worried, she cried, she was happy, and all kinds of feelings. Now that she finally saw him return safely, only salty tears rushed to her lips. Lang Jun. Xiaoman threw herself into his arms with tears streaming down her face. Yang Fan tightly hugged Xiaoman, who was crying out in pain in his arms, and gently patted her back. Nian Rong and Nian Zhu looked at their mother, who had lost her composure, and the man who was a little familiar and a little unfamiliar at the same time. Yang Fan raised his tearful eyes and suddenly saw the cute siblings. He couldn't help but smile kindly at them. "Daddy is back!" Nian Rong shouted, "But's 8 pieces." After saying that, she turned around and ran. Nian Zhu followed closely behind, shouting, "But's 80,000, but's 80,000! Ouch!" Yang Nianzhu fell to the carpet and quickly got up. He exclaimed, "But's 80,000," and ran away. Chapter 766. What was a home? First of all, it should be a house. Whether it was big or small, gorgeous or simple, it should have walls to block the wind, a roof to block the rain, a bed to sleep in, and a stove to cook. Then, there should be a door. When it was opened, it could integrate into the world as a member of the family. When the door was closed, it could be alone with the people closest to it in its own little world. Finally, in it, there should be men and women, and sooner or later, there must be old people and children, bonded by blood, affection, and love. Home was a place to confide in the moonlight, a place to support each other in the sunset, a place to bear a heavy burden, and also a responsibility. Home was a place that could really make you feel warm, free, and relaxed. It was always comfortable to return to one's own home. Although when Yang Fan was not there, this big family of dozens of people still lived, but there was always a little less vitality. On the surface, Yang Fan's return did not seem to make any changes to the family, but he was like a silent spring rain, quietly nourishing the family, making it full of vitality. The doorman, Mo Xuanfei, stood at the door and shouted loudly, driving away the old dog of the Li family next door, who peed on his own stone step. His voice was full of energy and loud. Looking at his posture, even the big monk who preached at the gate of the White Horse Temple on Buddha's birthday could not compare to his voice. Tao Mei and San Jier were walking along the corridor. The spring breeze was caressing their faces. The spring grass was green, and the spring flowers were enchanting. Their footsteps were as light as 2 swallows flying across the water. Their wooden clogs tapped on the paulownia wood floor with a ding-ding sound. It was like a light and lively song. Their slender waists were swaying gracefully. Their breasts, which were growing taller by the day, were also raised high. The 2 inconspicuous little girls in the past had become more and more beautiful in the good wind and water of the Yang family. Xiao Man did not seem to have any special performance, except for the moment when she saw Yang Fan. A housewife must be calm, dignified, and expressionless. Just like those officials who had just been promoted 3 levels, the old woman on the bed had just been replaced by a beautiful new wife, and last night, someone gave him a huge sum of money that was enough to spend for at least half of his life. Only the maids and servants in the family would be in awe of her. Therefore, Xiao Man could only reluctantly raise her pretty face. Unfortunately, even those who had not seen her expression yesterday could not make a comparison, but they could still see how radiant she was at this moment. It was a kind of glory that radiated from the inside out. Men were the backbone of the family and the backbone of a woman. Maybe they did not show how important they were when they were at home every day, but when his family and his woman experienced the torment of losing and regaining, he just appeared here and the whole family would change for him. Yang Fan lay lazily on a leisure chair and did nothing. There were fragrant flowers all around, and a few diligent bees and beautiful butterflies were dancing in the flowers. Only when they flew to the top of the man's head and tried to explore his hair, would Yang Fan wave his hand lazily. When he was tired, he could rest anywhere. Some gorgeous and comfortable hotels took care of the guests 100 times more considerate than at home, but no matter how good the place was, it could not give people the feeling of being at home. Only here, he could completely relax from body to heart. Xiao Man went to see Anu. She pulled her, and no one knew what they were whispering. Sometimes she smiled, sometimes she cried, sometimes it was Xiao Man holding Anu's soft hand, and sometimes it was Anu caressing Xiao Man's back. No one knew what the two women were playing. In fact, Xiao Man was reluctant to leave Yang Fan for a moment, but the man had returned home, and she was not afraid that he would run away again. Therefore, reason prevailed over emotion. She did not want to stick to the man now and neglect Anu, who had just returned home after accompanying her husband through life and death. Yang Fan was well aware of this. Wasn't the little thoughts of a woman to make the family more harmonious and happier? Xiao Man was so clever and so careful to protect the whole family, which made him feel warm from the bottom of his heart. It was his blessing to have a good wife in the family. Si Rong and Yen Zhu were by his side. In the whole Yang mansion, only these two little guys did not change because of Yang Fan's return. They were as naughty as ever, venting their excessive energy and endless curiosity about the world. The two little guys were no longer afraid of him. When Yang Fan was not at home, it was when the two children gradually understood the adults' words and began to contact the world. The twins were full of energy, and Xiao Man, who managed the whole family alone, was often exhausted by them, so she used their father's absence to frighten them over and over again. Over time, in the hearts of the two little fellows, the vague image of their father in their childhood had become the most terrifying and violent little monster in the world. He would blow his beard and glare at them. He would raise his palm leaf-sized palm and slap their tender little buttocks into 80,000. He would coldly punish them, not allowing them to eat or sleep. He would throw them into the Luo River to feed the big fish. So, when they heard that the man who made their mother cry was the legendary monster, Daddy, the two little guys were scared and ran away. But soon, they found that this little monster was actually not scary at all. When he talked to them, he was very friendly with a smile, and he also brought a lot of delicious snacks for them to eat. Even if their mouths were full of food crumbs, he did not wipe their mouths with a handkerchief like their mother, which made their delicate lips hurt. Mother is lying. The image of a strict mother in the hearts of the little brother and sister further collapsed, and they developed in the direction of a loving mother. And the image of a strict father had not yet been erected. He was now just upgraded from a little monster to a little monster that was not scary. Sister, come. Yang Nianzu, who was wearing open-crotch pants, did not know what good thing he found, and ran to hold his sister's little hand. Boys and girls seemed to be born very different in character. Si Rong was also naughty, but she was interested in the butterflies among the flowers and plants. Therefore, Si Rong disdained the little brother's invitation, and glared at him with her beautiful big eyes, and imitated her mother's tone. Wipe your nose. If you don't wipe your butt, I'll spank you. There was a little snot under Yang Nianzu's nose. It was not sloppy, but in the eyes of a girl who liked cleanliness, this was enough for her to refuse to be a playmate. Yang Nianzu sniffed, and then continued to hold her hand. Mau mau pet, mau mau pet. I don't want to catch a butterfly. Si Rong shook off her brother's hand and tiptoed to a butterfly. The good-tempered Yang Nianzu sniffed, hobbled away, picked up a half-foot-long grass stick from the ground, walked in front of Yang Fan, and slowly bent down. Yang Fan had sat up straight and looked at him with a slight smile. There was a caterpillar on the ground, trying to wriggle into the flowers. Yang Nianzu stood far away from it, carefully stretched out a small grass stick, and gently poked it twice. The grass stick passed 2 fingers away from the insect. The little guy did not step forward, but bent his waist deeper, and 2 white and smooth little buttocks were exposed like perfume pears. He stretched out the grass stick and desperately tried to poke it. The insect was suddenly attacked, and urgently resisted twice, then curled up and pretended to be dead. Yang Nianzu exclaimed, threw away the grass stick, turned around, and ran. He stumbled into the arms of Yang Fan, who had been waiting there for a long time. He tightly held his neck, turned his head, and pointed to the ground. It was not known whether he was happy or afraid, but he shouted, "Mau Mau Pet, Mau Mau Pet." Yang Fan asked with a smile, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid. Mau Mau Pet." Yang Nianzu frowned and made a nervous and frightened expression. His two little feet stepped on his father's knees, trying to climb higher. Yang Fan held his little buttocks and laughed. He leaned back, and the chair carrying the father and son began to squeak. The sky was high, the clouds were light, the birds were singing, the flowers were singing, the spring breeze was blowing, and the laughter was loud. Yang Fan loved this kind of life. When Yang Fan was enjoying the happiness of his family at home, Princess Taiping was holding a banquet in her mansion. She did not know that Yang Fan had returned to Luoyang, but she already knew that Yang Fan was fine. In the princess's mansion, everyone was sitting, all dressed in light robes, drinking and laughing. If someone saw these people gathered around Princess Taiping at this moment and knew that these people were all under Princess Taiping's tutelage, then he would definitely be secretly surprised. Princess Taiping had already gathered so many officials in the court unknowingly, and among them, there was no lack of ministers with great power. Thanks to the rebellion of Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong, the invasion of the Turkic Moki Khan, and the clumsy and stupid behavior of the Wu's nephews on the battlefield, Wu Zetian had completely lost hope of inheriting the throne. She had no doubt that if she really handed the throne to her nephews, she would definitely follow the footsteps of Emperor Qin and Emperor Wen of Sui. Although she had not publicly stated that she would make the descendants of the Lis the heir, she had made subtle adjustments in the policy. Many of Li Tang's old officials, including those who had always publicly expressed their loyalty to Li Tang, were reinstated. Princess Taiping also took advantage of this relaxed political environment to win over a large number of officials. Her disciples were full of talents, and now it was like a small court. Princess Taiping drank a few cups of wine, and her cheeks were already faintly blushing, making this Luoyang peony look even more beautiful, so that the disciples did not dare to look directly at her, lest they would be frightened by her beauty and show their ugly behavior, causing people to laugh at them. Princess Taiping put down her wine cup and said with a smile, "The current development of the court is greatly beneficial to us. However, the Mother Empress's thoughts have always been unpredictable and changeable. It is difficult to say whether the Mother Empress will change her mind again because the situation in Hebei has calmed down. I wonder if everyone has a good plan for this?" Cui Ti lightly stroked his beard and pretended to be at ease, saying, "Your Highness, the reason why His Majesty is doing this is because Li Jinzhong of Khitan and Moki of Turkic Moki have successively used this as an excuse to rebel. His Majesty knows that the hearts of the people and the general trend cannot be disobeyed, so he reinstated the important officials of Li Tang to win the hearts of the people. However, this is only an external cause. Now that the external cause has been resolved, there will be no more wars in the near future. Moreover, although the way the foreign enemies rebel is beneficial to our development, it will inevitably hurt the vitality of the country. Since the external cause cannot be used, and should not be used, then why don't we start from the internal cause?" Princess Taiping's eyes brightened, and she leaned forward to ask, "What is the internal cause that Dalong mentioned?" Chapter 767. Cui Ti raised her voice. "I believe that we should go with the times and continue to expand the power of Li Tang's faction. As long as our faction can form the greatest power in the imperial court, His Majesty can only continue to insist on Li Tang as the heir apparent in order to avoid any future chaos." Song Jishuan slightly creased his brow and retorted, "Dalong's words are admittedly reasonable, but in reality they won't work. The current situation in the court is that the second Zhang faction, the Prince of Liang's faction, and the Prince of Wei's faction, Moreover, Grandpa Di, Yao Chong, and Wei Jigu are all loyal to the Prince of Xiang and the Prince of Luling. Other than a few diehards who remain neutral, the rest of the court has been divided up by the various factions. What power is there for us to fight for? Princess Taiping nodded. Jixuan is correct. In truth, to this princess, whether they are loyal to the Prince of Xiang or the Prince of Luling, they are all part of my Litang faction. No matter which of them is stronger, it is not a problem for this princess. The problem is that even if we combine the strength of the three factions, it is still not enough to contend against the second Zhang and the second Wu. Wei Sili of the Phoenix Pavilion immediately sternly said, "Princess is mistaken. It is precisely because we are weak that we must combine." Princess wholeheartedly considers the Tang dynasty, but the Prince of Xiang's faction and the Luling faction each have their own selfish motives. How can they work together? Princess cannot give up on those who can fight, even if the Prince of Xiang's faction and the Luling faction are working hard. Cui Ti also said, correct? In the end, it is better to hold power in the hands of others than to hold it in one's own hand. Although some people are loyal to Litang, it is difficult to guarantee that they do not have their own selfish desires. Only Princess, as a member of Litang's imperial clan, will always consider the empire. Thus, even if the Prince of Xiang's faction and the Luling faction are interested in someone, we cannot let go. We must fight for what we should. Princess Taiping nodded in understanding. Taiping has learned. This princess was only worried that if we participated in the struggle, the second Zhang and the second Wu would benefit from it. But what the two of you said is not without reason. In order to avoid internal strife before the great undertaking is accomplished, this princess will not easily give up. With Princess Taiping's clear stance, Cui Ti finally returned to the main topic. Since the power of the court has already been divided, why don't we take a different path and start elsewhere? If we bring in fresh water, inject new blood, and try our best to recruit the princess, won't we be able to break the current stalemate? Wei Sili was displeased. "Dalong," he said, "don't keep us guessing. Why don't you tell me, how do we draw in the running water?" Cui Ti said, "Ever since the Empress ascended to the throne, she has used the Wu clan's princes and son-in-law as the chancellor of the universities. Most of these people are frivolous and uncultured, and the professors and teaching assistants are mostly friends and relatives. These people do not do proper work, and in the last 10 years, all the schools in the capital have been abandoned. Now, the children of nobles, dukes, and ministers no longer had to go through the imperial examinations. They could only enter the government through recommendation. However, in the past few years, the Wu clan had been monopolizing power. Those who were recommended to become officials were either Wu clan disciples or people attached to the Wu clan. If we can remonstrate to the emperor and reform the country, forbidding the children of officials from becoming officials without passing the imperial examinations, then— Cui Ti didn't say anything else. She just smiled and looked at everyone. Song Jixuan stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "I think this plan is feasible. The children of the ministers have a strict family education. Even if they don't go to school, they still study diligently. They can't be compared to the children of the new noble families. If we put an end to their path of recommendation and let them take the path of the imperial examinations, with their talents and knowledge, most of the people who can become officials will be the children of the old officials. If we can plan ahead and seize the position of chancellor and doctor, these disciples of the emperor will naturally become our people." Princess Taiping's spirit was lifted. However, she thought about it and felt that this plan was not meticulous enough. She said, "This is a good idea, but there is a problem." Before Princess Taiping could continue, the steward Li Yi quietly walked in and interrupted her. Li Yi whispered a few words to Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly lit up like a pair of bright stars in the night sky. "Erlang is back." Princess Taiping's heart was filled with joy. She couldn't wait to grow wings and fly to Yang Fan's side. However, when she looked at the disciples in front of her who were discussing matters, the burning passion in Princess Taiping's heart faded. She forcibly suppressed the impulse in her heart and nodded lightly, indicating that she already knew. After Li Yi bowed and left, Princess Taiping turned to the crowd and said, "Let's continue. I am worried that with the shrewdness of the Queen, once this plan is presented, the Queen will definitely find out the mystery in it. If the Queen finds out that we have ulterior motives, she will definitely not agree." Wei Sili thought about it and suggested, "I have an idea. We can find another topic as the subject of the remonstrance to attract the Emperor's attention. We can put the reorganization of the country as an insignificant matter. In this way we can hide our real intention. Even if the Emperor does not agree with the first matter, it will be easy for him to nod his head on the second matter. The Emperor had the heart of the Emperor, the high officials had the means to control their subordinates, and the servants naturally had their intelligence and wisdom. What Wei Sili said was some of the methods that the lower officials and officials had explored in order to get their political remonstrance approved. Princess Taiping nodded to show her approval. She then looked at the crowd with hope and said, "So, what matter can we use as a cover?" Chui Ti clapped his hands and said excitedly, "I have a plan." Princess Taiping's pair of beautiful eyes immediately fixed on him and said happily, "Dalong, please speak." Chui Ti said, "Since the fall of the gong, the officials and their relatives who were framed by Zhou Xing, Lai Junshin, and the other cruel officials have been homeless and have not been forgiven. Now that these cruel officials have fallen from power, it has been found out that they were wronged during their term of office. We can use this reason to request the court to reinvestigate this case and win the hearts of the people. As for the reorganization of the country, we can attach this matter to this. I believe that whether it is the Emperor or the court, they will only be concerned about the first matter." Princess Taiping clapped her hands and laughed. "Dalong's plan is really good. It is decided. Silly, I will leave this matter to you." Taiping was really happy at this moment and felt very fulfilled. When she was a young girl, her biggest pursuit was to find an ideal husband, to grow old together, to be able to raise her eyebrows. After the painful experience of Xue Xiao's death, the persecution of Li Tang's imperial family, and her own painful experience of marriage, the beautiful and pure wish of her young girl had been shattered. Taiping was no longer as naive as before. The appearance of Yang Fan was a new sustenance for her drifting love. If she could marry Yang Fan, become his wife and bear his children, perhaps the focus of her life would return to the biggest dream of her young girl. But to her, this was undoubtedly an extravagant hope. Although her sincerity had finally won the love of her sweetheart, her marriage had already been ruined and she could not get rid of it. Love is not the whole of life for anyone. She could not marry the person she loved, and her family and children could not become the focus of her life. Taiping, who was trapped in depression, had now finally found another sustenance. She fought wits with others and studied strategies. Although she was not in the imperial court, she could quietly influence everything in the imperial court. Power was a kind of poison that made people feel like they were in heaven. Once they tasted it, few could resist its temptation. Sometimes she could not help but think, if she had more power, if her powerful mother was no longer here, what would have happened? If the young Wu Zetian had not entered the palace but married an ordinary rich family, what would have happened? Perhaps she would have managed the farmland in the countryside and the shops in the city well, but in the end, she was nothing more than a shrewd housewife. There were countless doors in life and countless paths behind each door. Every door that was pushed open and every path that was taken led to an unpredictable future. Ah Lang. These were sent today. The guard commander, Ren Wei, was holding a thick stack of documents and was about to introduce to Yang Fan what he needed to review when Yang Fan said with a straight face, "I just came back and am tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Yes. Ren Wei agreed, and Yang Fan walked away with a steady, grandfatherly gait. Ren Wei walked back along the gravel path and bypassed a few clumps of bamboo. Suddenly, he saw a girl standing gracefully in front of a rockery, staring blankly at a cluster of blooming flowers. Ren Wei stopped and greeted her with a smile. "Miss Gu, aren't you going to rest?" Gu Zhuting looked up at the bright red sky and asked curiously, "It's not dark yet. How can you sleep so early? What are you doing?" Ren Wei said, "I brought some things for Ah Lang to look over, but he said he was tired from the long journey and needed to rest tonight." Ah Lang is tired from the long journey, but Miss Gu, as a woman, is still full of energy. Gu Zhuting rolled her eyes at him and snappily said, You really are a blind idiot." Watching Gu Zhuting's slender figure floating away, Ren Wei thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out how he was an idiot. Gu Zhuting walked out of the garden and came to the side of the small bridge in the side courtyard. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the vermilion cornice in the corner of the dense green, not far away. She suddenly remembered the scene when she hugged Yang Fan and slept in the yurts of the Turks and on the eastbound Lo Lei carriage. At that time, she was cold and tired and numb, so she didn't feel anything. But now that she thought about it, her heart was shaken. The night breeze gently ruffled the lotus leaves on the surface of the water and also disturbed her heart. Her cheeks became hot and a certain part of her body produced an indescribable feeling. She suddenly missed that man's embrace and his snoring. With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan staggered into the rear courtyard. Seeing that there was no one around, he suddenly smiled and dashed toward Xiao Man's residence. Ah Lang, Tao Mei and third sister, who were sitting and chatting under the grape trellis, saw their male master and quickly got up to greet him. Yang Fan didn't expect that there were two people under the grape trellis. He quickly stabilized his body and smiled kindly at them. "Oh, it's Tao Mei and third sister. People say that a girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. It's really true. I haven't seen you for half a year and you've already grown into a young lady, ha ha ha." Tao Mei and third sister looked at each other with a strange expression. This brother in front of them had a smooth chin. Not to mention white hair, he didn't even have a strand of beard. It was really difficult for him to act like an elder. Yang Fan coughed twice and waved his hand awkwardly. "It's okay, you two can go rest." The two little girls inexplicably left. Yang Fan peeped at them from the corner of his eyes. As soon as the two girls turned around the flowers, he rubbed his hands anxiously like an old ape stealing peaches. He bent his waist and shoulders, dropped his hands in front of him, tiptoed and sneaked into the bedroom. Chapter 768. Yang Fan sneaked into the room like a thief and looked around. He saw that the hall was empty and there was no one there. Yang Fan quickly turned around and closed the door. He twisted his waist and rushed into the bedroom. As soon as his body flashed past the screen, his eyes were wide open. The bronze lamp tree that Magu used to offer birthday gifts brightly illuminated the room. Xiao Man was already lying on the couch. The brocade quilt reached her chest, only revealing two snow-white and smooth shoulders. There was a thin red string on her shoulders. She was only wearing a doudou. Suddenly seeing Yang Fan sneak in like a thief, Xiao Man suddenly opened a pair of big watery eyes and looked at him strangely. "Ha ha! Xiao Man knows me well. After all, we grew up together. Anu doesn't have this kind of self-awareness." Seeing this, Yang Fan was overjoyed and said with a smile, "My wife is really tactful. So you've been waiting for me here for a long time." As soon as Yang Fan's voice fell, a small head popped out from the brocade quilt. She looked at Yang Fan in surprise and said in a childish voice, "Daddy." Yang Fan's hand that was reaching for the brocade quilt suddenly stopped in the air. He said in surprise, "See, Rong?" Then, another small head popped out from the other side of Xiao Man's body and said in surprise, "Zhang Zai." Then he opened his mouth and laughed happily. Zhang Zai also came, catch the lost. Yang Fan's mouth opened so wide that 2 eggs could be stuffed in one mouth. He said, Why are you two little fellows here? Yang Nianzu laughed heartlessly and said, listening to mother's story, catch the lost. Yang Fan dejectedly drooped his head. Xiao Man saw the change in Yang Fan's expression and suddenly giggled. She looked at him with her watery eyes and her cheeks blushed shyly. That kind of charming young woman's beauty, coupled with her snow-white skin, was really boundless. Si Rong stared at Yang Fan warily with her big eyes and said, Father, what are you doing here? Yang Fan stuttered, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep. No, Mother wants to sleep with me. Si Rong immediately hugged Xiao Man's neck. On the other side, Nian Zhu also rushed to hug Xiao Man and raised his chin proudly, declaring their territorial sovereignty to Yang Fan. Yang Fan explained to his children without much confidence, but I slept here in the first place. You two little rascals, haven't you been sleeping with the wet nurse? Si Rong glanced at him disdainfully, then proudly raised her head and said, I've been weaned a long time ago. Yes, I'm weaned. Nian Zhu nodded vigorously. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and sat down on the couch. He thought hard and decided to solve the territorial dispute through negotiation. He patiently said, Pa and An Yang should sleep together, that's how it used to be. Later, when Father went to war, Mother brought you here. Now that Father is back, you should go back to sleep with the wet nurse. Si Rong's big black eyes turned and she said doubtfully, You're lying. How come I don't know? Yang Fan said, You two were still young at that time. Of course you don't remember. Si Rong thought for a moment and hugged Xiao Man's neck a little tighter. She said coquettishly, I don't care. I want to sleep with Mother. Nian Zhu responded like a fart, Me too. Me too. Yang Fan coaxed in a low voice, You two have to be good. If you listen to me, Father will take you to Nan City to play tomorrow. I'll buy you a lot of delicious food and fun things to play with. Nian Zhu swallowed and looked at Si Rong. Si Rong glared at him and said, Big idiot, Mother can also buy it for us. Nian Zhu suddenly realized and immediately expressed his position, I won't trade. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, he could only use the hard approach. Yang Fan glared and said fiercely, If you dare to be disobedient, do you believe that I won't spank your buttocks into 2 pieces? Nian Zhu pointed at him and laughed, Zizui is a big idiot. Buttocks are 2 pieces to begin with. Yang Fan was very discouraged. Xiao Man, who had been laughing and watching the father and son fight, held back her laughter and said, All right. Rongrong, be good. Xiao Bao, be good too. Father is back and wants to have a private talk with Mother. You two mischievous little things sleep with the wet nurse tonight. Otherwise, Father will be angry and leave again tomorrow. Yang Serong and Yang Nianzu were overjoyed when they heard this. They said, Okay, then let Father go. Yang Fan was very sad when he heard this. This father of mine is too much of a failure, isn't it? Xiao Man glanced at him bitterly and said half-truthfully, See, you are not home all day. Even your daughter and son are not close to you. Yang Fan sighed. He was just pretending to be sad, but at this time, he really felt a little sad. He gently touched the teapot lid of Nian Zhu and said sadly, Yes, Father used to spend too little time with you. In the future, Father must spend more time with you. Si Rong was not deceived by the flowery words of the old man. She was still very vigilant and reiterated, Then we also want to sleep with Mother. Seeing the pitiful look of the old man, Nian Zhu couldn't help but sympathize with him. So he waved his hand generously and pointed to the inner side of his body against the wall and said, Then, let Xiangshui sleep inside. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the pair of lovely children, the idea of being intimate with Xiao Man faded away. Why did they have to leave? It was good for the family to sleep together. Hugging a pair of children, talking to them, bragging about how powerful he was on the battlefield, watching them sleep peacefully, that was also a kind of warm happiness. The pervert was reformed into a loving father. He was about to agree when suddenly there was a few light knocks on the screen. Yang Fan turned his head and saw a graceful figure standing outside. Then came the voice of a new cough. Sister Xiao Man? Ah, sister is here. Xiao Man quickly turned over and sat up. She took the clothes from the side of the bed and put them on. Yang Fan looked at Anu, who walked in slowly, and said in surprise, "How did you come in?" Anu winked at him and said, "I walked in." Yang Fan was suddenly speechless. He desperately tried to recall in his mind, "Did I forget to lock the door just now?" Anu didn't pay any more attention to his embarrassing look. Instead, she turned to Xiao Man and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Serong and Yinzu for a long time. I really miss them. I want them to sleep at my place tonight." Xiao Man blushed and agreed vaguely. No one knew what she was muttering in her throat. Serong and Yinzu were already a little unfamiliar with Yang Fan. Naturally, they didn't have much feelings for this aunt who used to be very close to them. They immediately said that they wanted to sleep with their mother. Anu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Well, when Aunt came back from the north, she brought back a mountain eagle. It's so powerful. If it's trained well, it can stand on my shoulder when I go out. That's majestic. Who wants to see it?" Yang Yinzu immediately climbed out of the bed naked, and raised his hand to surrender to Aunt Anu. I'll go sleep with Aunt." Serong was also a little tempted, but she was still hesitating while biting her thin cherry lip. Anu said again, "Aunt also brought back a little leopard cat. It's just weaned. It's so small and cute. It falls as soon as it walks. Its hair is black and yellow, like a cute little tiger. Does anyone want to see it?" When Serong heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. The long-faced Arhat, at home, had been fed by Taomei and third sister until it was round and chubby. It couldn't even climb the wall. Serong usually wanted to see it, but Xiao Man was worried that the big cat would scratch her, so she didn't allow her to get too close. Now that she heard that there was a cuter little cat, how could she resist? Under the temptation of Anu, the two little troublemakers readily let their mother help them put on their clothes. Before they put on their boots, they couldn't wait to jump to the ground and pull Anu's hand to go to her place. Xiao Man blushed and sent Anu away uncomfortably. When she returned to the room, she looked at Yang Fan angrily and said, "Aren't you going to close the door?" Yang Fan quickly turned back and bolted the door. He muttered to himself, "I clearly remember that it's bolted, but is it bolted or not?" When he turned around, the room was empty. Xiao Man had already returned to the bedroom. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. He knew that Anu must have heard that the two children were used to letting their mother sleep with them, so she specially came to help them. This was probably a repayment for Xiao Man's extremely considerate care for her for the whole afternoon. Anu returned a plum with a peach, then am I a peach or a plum? Yang Fan thought as he walked around the screen. At first glance, he saw a peach, a honey peach, a round, perky, plump, full peach wrapped in a scarlet gauze-like underwear. It was a soul-stirring honey peach. Go to the side." Yang Fan's large hand had just come close to her in a hurry and felt the soft, elastic, fragrant, and smooth feeling when it was slapped away by Xiao Man. Yang Fan said bitterly, "We haven't seen each other for so long, why are you so cold to me?" Xiao Man didn't turn her head and just said coquettishly, "It's all your fault. I'm going to be teased by Anu this time." Yang Fan suddenly realized and said with a smile, "So it's because of this. What's the big deal? It's natural for a man and a woman to love." Xiao Man said angrily, "Anyway, I'm so shameless." Yang Fan advised, "Oh, you think too much. Will Anu make fun of you? At most, she's joking with you. If she really makes fun of you, I'll let you see her make a fool of herself next time." Humph! There was a hint of sourness in this sweet voice. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yang Fan hurriedly went up to hold her slender waist and said softly by her ear, "Nyonyo, my good Nyonyo, don't blame me, okay? Isn't it because I miss you too much?" Yang Fan called her Nyonyo, This was a weapon that Xiao Man could never resist. When Yang Fan called her for the first time, Xiao Man's taut body recovered its graceful and beautiful curve. As a result, a sparkling and translucent little white goat appeared under the bright candlelight. On the brocade quilt where the mandarin ducks were playing in the water, her 2 pink buttocks were like peeled eggs, sparkling and moist, trembling as they leapt out. The love between husband and wife was expressed in different ways at different ages. He and she were both young. Thus, on this spring night, Xiao Man, the delicate flower in the boudoir, was watered by the rain and dew. Her sweet moans were like the most beautiful music, lingering and reverberating for half the night. Early in the morning, Yang Fan, who had been tossing and turning for most of the night, appeared under the flower tree in high spirits with the scabbard in his hand. His sword rustled and lightning flashed as he practiced martial arts. No one knew how he could be as energetic as an animal. Serene couldn't walk very well, but she was holding a kitten in her arms. She staggered over and chased after Nian Zhu. Suddenly, they saw Yang Fan's sword dance under the tree. The 2 kids stopped and widened their eyes in surprise. Yang Fan had already seen them coming. In order to set up a good image in front of his babies, Yang Fan was even more spirited. He leaped up and down, and his sword was like a meteor, majestic and awe-inspiring. Finally, he withdrew his sword in a very handsome manner and looked at the 2 children with a smile. "What do you think? Daddy's martial arts are great, right?" Serene asked curiously. "Daddy, can you break a big stone on your chest?" Yang Fan was stunned and said, "No." Nian Zhu asked, "Can stacking swallow a sword?" Yang Fan said, "No." Serene asked again, "Can you put an iron spear on your throat?" Yang Fan's voice became smaller and smaller. "No." Nian Zhu asked, "Can you use the golden spear?" Yang Fan was speechless. "No." The 2 children curled their lips in disdain. Serene patted the kitten's head and said proudly, "Xiaomi, Xiaobao, let's go." Yang Fan looked at their staggering backs and held the sword in front of his chest. He wanted to cry. It's not easy to be a father. Chapter 769. The spring sunshine was warm on the body, like a quilt that had just been blanketed with new cotton. It softly covered your naked body, making you yawn and feel sleepy. This was the feeling of the spring breeze intoxicating the tourists. Yang Fan, Anu, and Xiao Man took the 2 children to the Luo River for a spring outing. Soon, they, coincidentally, met Shangguan Daiji, who had left the palace to visit his relatives. So the 2 places were joined together, and the tents were connected. They occupied the most spacious and beautiful place by the Luo River, which had a radius of 2 acres. At such a moment the 2 children were the happiest. They stepped on the fine sand with their bare feet, clearly perceiving the world. After only running 2 laps, the little leopard cat, which was as clumsy as them, rolled all over its body, and the 2 little ones were no exception. Xiao Man did not care about them and let them be crazy. Because the head of the family, Master Yang, had said that people only had this one childhood in their lives. If the happiness of this period of time was lost, it would be impossible to find it again in the future. They should not always follow the ideas of the adults and act like little old men. The encampment was set up by the Luo River. The family dug a small and winding ditch to bring in the clear river water, but there were no wine cups floating on the surface of the water. There was also a pitcher on the sand, which was the favorite activity of Xiao Man and Anu. They were throwing arrows in high spirit. The 2 of them could not play the kind of poetry game that Princess Taiping liked, but this pot was different. The pot was placed far away, and ordinary people could not throw it in. The 2 women were competing with their wrist strength and eyesight. They threw the pot with enough strength to use the arrow as a hidden weapon. In the depths of the tents, there was a roll of grayish-yellow camel felt. The camel felt pressed down on a patch of wild grass, and the smell of grass wafted out. Sitting on the felt, one could clearly smell the fragrance of grass, and facing the fresh wind from the river, it was very comfortable. Warner smiled and looked at Xiao Man, who had just lost an arrow and was drinking. She then looked at the two little guys who were playing like crazy. Her eyes were full of envy. She had been living in the palace since she was a child, and she had lived by the face of others since she was a child. For her, the most extravagant hope was to live a carefree life like this. What she longed for the most was a family that belonged to her, but all of this could not be realized. Although she was sitting here, and had obtained the approval of this family, she was still not a member of this family. "Have you seen Taiping?" Warner withdrew her infatuated gaze and gently glanced at Yang Fan beside her. Yang Fan shook his head slightly. "I just came back yesterday. I haven't seen her yet." Warner asked, "She didn't come looking for you?" Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What happened?" Warner smiled gently, as beautiful as a spring flower. "Nothing much, it's just that Wei Si, the renunciant of the Phoenix Pavilion, is preparing to present a memorial." Yang Fan understood what Warner was implying. He said without batting an eyelid, "Oh, this person is Taiping's man?" Warner sweetly said, "All the memorials in the world must go through my hands. Once or twice may be a coincidence, but after a few times it is not hard to guess who he is." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Fortunately, the Emperor is old and does not have the energy to pay attention to these details." Otherwise, Warner heard a hint of mockery in Yang Fan's voice, but she did not know who he was mocking. Her eyes flashed and she said, "The memorial he is going to present is to ask the Emperor to redress the cases that have been falsely accused by Lai Junshin, Zhou Xing, and the others. Those who are still alive will be reinstated, and those who are dead will be pardoned and their families will be allowed to return home." Yang Fan decisively said, "That is impossible. The cases were handled by Zhou Xing, Lai Junshin, and the others, but the real mastermind behind the scenes is His Majesty. The reason why many people were punished was not because they were falsely accused, but because the Emperor wanted to kick them away and trample them to death." Warner smiled. She looked like she had the pearl of wisdom in her hands. She was like Guanyin, who was serving in front of Buddha. "There is one more thing attached to this memorial. It asks the Emperor to reorganize the country and forbid the children of the rich and powerful to enter the government without passing the imperial examinations." Yang Fan was startled and laughed involuntarily. He said, "In that case, that was just used to bargain with the Emperor. This is their real goal." Yang Fan thought for a moment and suddenly understood. He said, "I understand now. Does Taiping not understand the principle of more haste, less speed?" Warner leisurely said, "Perhaps it is not that he does not understand. It is just that when he is in a hurry to get something, it is not easy to control." Yang Fan frowned and worriedly said, "You saw through her goal with one glance. Can this trick be hidden from the Emperor?" Warner pouted and playfully rolled her eyes at him. She said, "What are you saying? What do you mean I saw through her goal with one glance? Do you think I am stupid?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "How can that be? My Warner is the smartest. I just think that although the Emperor is old, he is not so easy to fool." Warner slapped away Yang Fan's unruly hand. She pouted at Yang Nianzu and Yang Serong, who were chasing the kitten on the beach. "There are children here," Yang Fan said, unamused. "They are so young. What do they know?" Warner did not pay attention to this shameless man and continued, "This memorial to the Emperor, of course, it is not so simple. The reason why I know is not because I can see through it. It is because Taiping took the initiative to tell me. It is because she needs my help." Yang Fan slightly narrowed his eyes. From this sentence, he suddenly felt something different. Princess Taiping wanted this memorial to be approved, so she had to be honest with Warner? Because she needed Warner's help? That was to say, Shangguan Wan'er was no longer the carefree Shangguan Wan'er of the past, who could only compose poems with a group of officials in the Hall of History. She could now influence or even influence the issuance or veto of some government decrees. She must have grasped a considerable amount of power. and Princess Taiping turned her goal to expand her power to the National Academy. This meant that she had drawn a considerable amount of power in the court. Otherwise, even if the emperor was willing to reorganize the government academy, she would only be helping others. She did not have enough manpower and power, so she could not control those positions in the National Academy. At the same time, this also meant that the power in the court had been divided up. There were no new resources to be discovered. Second Zhang's party, Liang's party, Wei's party, Xiang's party, Luling's party, Taiping's party, and Wan Er's party. After Yang Fan came back from Hebei, he decided to develop a power that completely belonged to him. Only in this way could he command it easily. However, he suddenly discovered that the court was already filled with cliques. Everything had already been divided up, and not even a scrap was left for him. Fortunately, his target was the army. Apart from the Wu clan, there weren't many people who could get their hands on the army. Moreover, what he wanted was a force that could overcome 1,000 with little effort, a force that was at the core of the army. Otherwise, with so many strong competitors competing, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. In fact, there was one thing that Yang Fan did not think about. Or perhaps he did not want to think about it. Wan Er wanted to give him a hint, but seeing him deep in thought, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Some things, even if they were the way they were, when they came out of her mouth, it was hard to avoid having a different taste. She was a smart woman. She knew what should be said and what should not be said. What are you going to do? Yang Fan pondered for a while. Then he slowly turned to Wan Er and said, "Are you going to help her?" Wan Er's clear eyes stared at him. She said word by word, "I said it because I listened to you. Otherwise, why do you think I built my own power?" Yang Fan's heart warmed. He gently held her hands. This time, Wan Er did not avoid it. Their 4 hands held together. It was as if their hearts were fused together. They could clearly feel each other's heartbeat. This was a very strange feeling. The two of them quietly felt each other for a long time. Then, Yang Fan reluctantly broke this piece of knowing and relying on each other. He said, "Don't get involved. The Son of Heaven is old. Although her energy is not as good as before, she is not muddle-headed to that point. With her tough personality, even if she is willing to do something, she still does not want to be influenced by others. She likes to be in control of everything." Wan Er meekly nodded. She softly smiled and said, "You do not need to explain so much to me. You only need to tell me if it is okay or not. I am your woman. You are my husband. You are also my heaven. If I don't listen to my own man, who else can I listen to?" Yang Fan was moved by her words. He could not help but want to hug her. But this time, she shyly pushed him away. Women were born politicians. There were some things that she could do, but she would not let others see it. She raised her hand and elegantly swept a lock of hair behind her ear. She smiled and said, "But I actually think so too. I did not expect Lang Jun to have such a clear understanding of His Majesty's temperament. Although Taiping is His Majesty's daughter, she does not understand her mother as well as Lang Jun." Yang Fan smiled and did not answer. He could understand Wu Zetian's thoughts so clearly. Part of it was the analysis of the old guys in the Sky Observation Division, but there was also his own understanding. It was said that the person who understood you the most was not your friend, but your enemy. Perhaps Yang Fan had long regarded Wu Zetian as his strongest opponent. Wan Er said, "Then let's forget about this matter. I will advise her not to act rashly. If she insists on doing things her own way, then there is nothing I can do." Yang Fan nodded. Wan Er sighed and said, "Lang Jun, now that you have returned, what are your plans for the future?" Yang Fan said, "I want to return to the 100 Cavalry." Wan Er's eyes suddenly brightened. She said happily, "Return to the 100 Cavalry? That's great. If Lang Jun returns to the army, you can avoid the dangerous and unpredictable political storms." Yang Fan looked at her with a mischievous smile and said, There are no other benefits? Wan Er's pretty face blushed. She shyly lowered her head and said, and I can see Langjun often. Yang Fan suddenly became distressed and said, the rules in the palace are very strict. I can see but not eat. What should I do? Go to hell. Wan Er blushed and spat at him. She said with slight annoyance, do you think I am a slut? She gently lowered her head and bent her slender jade-like neck. She was like a white swan looking at herself in the water, and also like a water lotus shyly lowering its head. She affectionately said, as long as I can see your face and hear your voice often, I will be satisfied. Chapter 770. This spring outing didn't end until the wind blowing from the river brought a hint of the coolness of the night. Xiaoman and Anu were drunk, while Nianzhu and Si Rong laughed and danced for a whole day. They both held the kitten covered in sand and lay on the soft quilt. The old bull pulled the carriage, and they fell asleep contentedly. Wan Er's convoy left a moment earlier than the Yang families. Perhaps the first thing Wan Er prepared to do when she returned was to wash up and wait for her Longjuan's rendezvous tonight. This kind of anticipation always made people feel endless joy. When Yang Fan's convoy returned to the gate of the mansion, the color of dusk had just dyed the sky. Under the lintel, in front of the clean steps and the bright mirror-like door, stood a tall young man in the clothes of an eunuch. He was holding a horsetail whisk and looking into the distance. Below the steps there were 4 horses with glossy hair. In front of each horse stood an imperial guard as straight as a spear. In the distance, a convoy slowly drove over. After being pointed out by Emo Xuanfei, the eldest son of the Yang family, he knew that it was Yang Fan's convoy. The eunuch couldn't wait to greet them. Gao Lishur greets elder brother. Before he reached the carriage, the tall eunuch stopped and happily saluted the carriage in front of him. In the carriage, Yang Fan had already received Rinwei's report. He stopped the carriage and rolled up the bamboo curtain in front of the carriage. Ah, brother Lishur. Yang Fan hurriedly jumped out of the carriage and quickly stepped forward to hold his hand. He said affectionately, Lishur, why are you here? You should have told me in advance so I could wait for you at home. Gao Lishur said, I dare not trouble elder brother. Lishur is here on His Majesty's orders to summon elder brother to the palace. Yang Fan looked at the sky and asked curiously, now? Gao Lishur said, yes. Strongman has also just arrived. I heard that elder brother has gone out with your family. Seeing that it's almost time for them to return, I didn't go out to look for them. I don't want to get lost with elder brother again. Elder brother, please follow Strongman back to the palace so that His Majesty won't have to wait for too long. Yang Fan agreed and hurriedly made some arrangements for his family. He asked Anu and the others to return to the residence first, while he rode a horse and left with Gao Lishur. This time, it was inconvenient for him to bring the guards. On the way, Yang Fan asked, why did His Majesty summon me in such a hurry? Gao Lishur said, this little brother really doesn't know. Yang Fan asked, how is His Majesty feeling? Gao Lishur thought for a moment and said, I don't see any great joy or worry on your Majesty's face. Oh yes, before this, His Majesty first summoned Jisoo, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Imperial Censor, and then issued an edict to summon elder brother. Hearing this, Yang Fan frowned slightly. Ever since Lai Junshin's death, Jisoo had been placed in an important position. Presently, he was already the Deputy Prime Minister of the Imperial Censor, replacing Lai Junshin's previous position. It looked like the Empress wanted to mold him into a second Lai Junshin to act as her eyes and ears. The only duty of the Imperial Censor was to report people. The Emperor had first seen Jisoo, and then urgently summoned Yang Fan. This was not a good sign. However, no matter how Yang Fan thought about it, he couldn't think of any conflict between him and Jisoo, or any weakness that Jisoo could use against him. Gao Lishur saw that Yang Fan's expression was slightly serious, and couldn't help but ask, is there something on elder brother's mind? Should we find an excuse to temporarily hide? When Li Shi returns to the palace, we'll say that we haven't found elder brother, and that elder brother will show himself after we understand what has happened." Yang Fan shook his head and turned his head slightly. He glanced sideways at the 4 guards not far away and clapped Gao Lishi's shoulder. "That's not appropriate. If His Majesty is moved, he can summon these 4 guards to see him, and he'll know what's going on once he asks. It doesn't matter. If it's a blessing, it's not a calamity. If it's a calamity, we can't avoid it. I'll just enter the palace and find out." In order to not make Gao Lishi worry for him, Yang Fan smiled and changed the topic. He asked, "How are you and your sister doing?" Gao Lishi became happy and said, "Thanks to elder brother's help, Li Shi and my sister are living very well. Elder sister is learning singing from Master Rume and is highly regarded by her. Elder sister has liked singing since she was young and lived very happily there. In the palace, I have my adoptive father and Shangguan to take care of me, and no one dares to bully me. Now, I travel in front of the emperor and have a very good relationship with the imperial grandchildren in the Eastern Palace." Yang Fan was very pleased to hear this. Although this ill-fated son of a provincial governor had become a eunuch, he had already been castrated before he entered the palace. Only in the palace would he be less discriminated against. For him to have such an ending was not a bad result. Although the people who killed his parents were the cruel officials under Li Junshan's command, the true culprit was the current emperor. However, this young man, who dared to use a sharpened stone to assassinate an imperial envoy to avenge his father at the age of 10, now took pride in serving in front of the emperor and did not have the slightest awareness of becoming enemies with Wu Zetian. Perhaps in the eyes of the Tang people, this was a matter of course, but in the eyes of someone like Yang Fan, who had grown up in the southeast and did not have such serious thoughts about imperial power, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. In the Martial Achievement Palace, Wu Zetian was leaning back on her throne. Her back was cushioned with a thick velvet cushion, and she seemed to be asleep. Only her eyes, which were under her relaxed eyelids, would move from time to time, indicating that she was awake and thinking about something. This afternoon, after playing for a while with Yiji and Changzong, the 2 pretty men suddenly took a roundabout way to talk about the issue of choosing the heir apparent. They repeatedly tried to persuade her to make her son the heir apparent. Although Wu Zetian was old and had little energy, she was not so old that she was muddle-headed. She immediately questioned the 2 men. How could this pair of youths resist Wu Zetian's questioning? They could only obediently admit that they had been persuaded by Ji Su. Ji Su was now Wu Zetian's favorite official. She wanted to cultivate him as a trusted aide like Li Junshan. Thus, he had a close relationship with heir Zhang and often visited them. During one of the banquets, the 2 Zhangs occasionally talked about how the emperor was greatly disappointed with the Wu family's descendants and seemed to intend to re-establish the Li Tang imperial family as the crown prince. Ji Rui said to them, "The Wulong and the Lulang are so honored, not because they have made great contributions to the imperial court, but because there are so many people in the world who are jealous of your wealth. Without great contributions to the world, what will you use to protect yourselves?" These words hit heir Zhang's sore spot. The 2 immediately asked Ji Su. Ji Su said, "Looking at the current situation, although His Majesty has ruled for a long time, the world still hasn't forgotten Li Tang's kindness. Thus, they all hope that after His Majesty passes away, Li Tang's descendants will still rule the world. If you can persuade His Majesty to make Li Tang the heir apparent, you will have made a great contribution and will be guaranteed wealth." Heir Zhang deeply agreed, so he suggested to the Empress. Actually, Wu Zetian already had the idea of making Li Tang the heir apparent. Now that heir Zhang and Ji Su had the same idea, she was even more determined. Because she knew very well that heir Zhang relied on her for everything and was completely loyal to her. Ji Su was originally a county officer in Chang'an, and it was all because of her promotion that he could achieve today. Ji Su didn't have any foundation in the imperial court, but now he could become the deputy minister of the imperial censor. If he wanted a stable future, he could only rely on her. These people couldn't possibly have any disloyalty towards her, but they all agreed that Li Tang's son should be the heir apparent. The hearts of the world. Wu Zetian thought for a long time, then specially called Ji Su over to ask him in detail. Ji Su told Wu Zetian about the pros and cons. Wu Zetian was very receptive to the words of her trusted aides. She had already made up her mind, and now she finally made a decision. It was almost dusk, yet she came to the Martial Achievement Hall. This was unprecedented in the Wu Zhou dynasty. Only the inner guards guarded the surroundings of the Martial Achievement Hall. Everyone else was kept out. No one was allowed to approach even half a step, and anyone who disobeyed would be killed without question. Yang Fan followed Gao Lishur to the Martial Achievement Hall. Just as he arrived in front of the hall, two female guards flashed out from the darkness, and said in a low voice, "Stop, only Yang Fan is allowed to enter." Gao Lishur bowed and said with a smile, "Greetings, Big Sister Ing, Big Sister Qing." They were Gao Ing and Lan Yiqing. Two valiant women in martial attire walked up with a straight face. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Long time no see, you two." The two pretty girls didn't strike up a conversation with him. Two pairs of jade hands touched his body, searching him from top to bottom. Seeing that he wasn't carrying any weapons, they waved their hands and said in a cold and dignified voice, "Follow me." Yang Fan looked at Gao Lishur in surprise. He followed behind the two long-legged beauties, admiring their leisurely swaying waists, and stepped into the main door of the Martial Achievement Hall. This was only the first door, but Yang Fan discovered that other than the guards in the open, there were many more guards patrolling in the dark. No wonder Gao Ing and Lan Yiqing didn't pretend to be polite to him. Among these guards in the open and in the dark, there must be their immediate superiors. Further in, the second door was even more tightly guarded, and there were many people moving about. Yang Fan was secretly vigilant, but he changed his mind. If the emperor wanted to kill someone, even if it was the prime minister, he would have already sent an imperial edict to the prison. There was no reason to bring him to the emperor. Moreover, with his identity and status, if the emperor was determined to harm him, he wouldn't need to summon him into the palace at all. Yang Fan's expression also became serious. He followed behind the two young beauties and silently stepped into the third door. It wasn't until they reached the front of the hall that Gao Ing and Lan Yiqing stopped. They turned to the left and right and gestured to Yang Fan, saying, "Go in, His Majesty is waiting for you." Only then did the two girls cast a concerned and complicated look at Yang Fan. But because they couldn't speak, the things that could be said with just a look was really limited. Yang Fan seemed to understand something, but it seemed like he didn't catch anything. So he could only muddle his head and step into the hall, shouting loudly, "Subject Yang Fan, under His Majesty's verbal order, has an audience. Come in." A dignified voice came from the hall. Yang Fan answered and stepped in. When he looked up, he saw Wu Zetian sitting majestically behind the table like a Buddha. The entire hall was empty, and there was no one else in sight. There was only the copper-red-crowned cranes on both sides of the table spitting out green smoke. Yang Fan didn't dare to look too long. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Subject Yang Fan greets His Majesty." Chapter 771. Wu Zetian sternly said, "Yang Fan, your subject is here. I heard that you have an ambiguous relationship with Taiping. Is this true?" Yang Fan was stunned and raised his head in shock. A figure flashed behind the curtain, and a beautiful woman slowly walked out. She was dressed in a light yellow palace dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth, but there was a murderous look on her jade-like face. Yang Fan took a closer look and recognized that it was Fu Qingqing, the female official of the palace. Fu Qingqing raised her hands and her sleeves hung down, revealing a pair of white wrists. She clapped her hands 3 times and immediately 6 women in snow-white martial attire flashed out from behind the 6 pillars. Each of them looked valiant and charming. Lan Yiqing and Gao Ying were also among them, and each of them held a sharp sword in their hand. How dare you? Wu Zetian slammed the table and stood up. You dare to mess with my daughter, ruining my royal family's reputation and ruining my dignity. You are a traitor and deserve to die. Kill him for me. When the 6 women heard this, the swords in their hands flashed, and in an instant, the 6 of them formed a small plum blossom-shaped array with Gao Ying as the center of the array. They surrounded Yang Fan, and the 6 sharp swords pointed straight at Yang Fan's vital points. Yang Fan was shocked. He kicked his feet and was about to make a move. In a flash, his eyes met with Fu Qingqing's. He saw the cold expression on Fu Qingqing's jade-like face. Yang Fan felt as if ice water was poured on his head, and he immediately calmed down. However, his reaction was too fast. His feet pushed hard on the ground and his body had already leaped up. The moment his feet left the ground, Yang Fan's mind turned and he reacted. His body that was originally in the air suddenly sank forward. The moment his feet left the ground, his whole body sank forward. Bang! He had to kneel down hard. Yang Fan could not deflect the force and his knees landed firmly on the ground. Yang Fan took the opportunity to bow and shouted, "Your subject deserves to die. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Yang Fan's reaction wasn't slow. In addition, Wu Zetian didn't know martial arts, so how could she tell that Yang Fan had made up his mind to fight? Seeing him kneel down and beg for mercy with such a sincere attitude, not resisting even though there was a sharp blade on his body, she couldn't help but feel satisfied. She snorted heavily and waved her hand. Gao Ying and the other 6 women immediately withdrew their swords and retreated. Gao Ying secretly heaved a sigh of relief and thought, "This idiot, I signaled him when he came in but he still wanted to resist." Fortunately, he finally thought it through or it would be difficult. As she was thinking this, she turned around and saw Lan Yiqing, who looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted, quietly stuck out her little tongue at her. Wu Zetian waved her hand and dismissed everyone. Her face was still full of anger. She said to Yang Fan, "If not for your great contribution to the imperial court in the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate, we would have cut you into pieces today, and would not let you off lightly." As soon as Yang Fan heard this, he was even more certain and repeatedly admitted his mistake and begged for mercy. Standing behind the imperial table, his cheap mother-in-law, still angry, asked Fu Qingqing to leave. She suddenly heaved a long sigh and slowly sat down. She said, "We know this matter is not entirely your fault. That child Taiping is a bit willful. She is not satisfied with the prince consort that we have arranged for her." Yang Fan lowered his head and did not speak. His eyes darted around, and he only thought in his heart, thanks to Fu Qingqing's glance, what is the Empress trying to do by doing this? Wu Zetian rambled on for a while. In the end, it was just that Yang Fan deserved to die. Moreover, he deserved to die with 1,000 cuts, 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, and even if his bones were burnt to ashes, it would not be enough to atone for his crimes. However, after all, he had made great contributions to the imperial court and the country. Moreover, the wise and great Empress was very clear about his illicit relationship with Princess Taiping. Speaking of which, it was difficult for Yang Fan. During the day he had to serve the imperial court and at night he had to serve the Empress. The merciful and wise Empress, who was clear about rewards and punishments, could not bear to punish him. But he had indeed made a big mistake and put the Empress in a difficult position. Yang Fan knelt there like a son-in-law. The more he listened, the more confused he became. What is the Empress trying to do? Could it be that she wants Taiping to remarry? Wu Zetian nagged for a while and finally changed the topic, saying, "Now, we have decided to let you atone for your crimes by meritorious deeds and do something important for us. If you do well, we will offset your crimes and pardon you. If you do not do well, you will be punished for both crimes and will not be spared." Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, we have come to the main topic. Yang Fan immediately bowed his head and put on a look of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, your Majesty, for your great kindness. This subject is willing to atone for my crimes by meritorious deeds. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Wu Zetian said in a deep voice, "Yang Fan, raise your head." Yang Fan raised his head with some confusion. Wu Zetian stared at him and said, "We will give you a mission. Go secretly to Fang Province, and bring Prince of Luling back to the capital." Yang Fan's heart thumped violently and he cried out involuntarily, "Bring Prince of Luling back?" Wu Zetian's face darkened and she said in a cold voice, "What?" Yang Fan was overjoyed, but he did not dare to let Wu Zetian see any clues. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Yes. This subject will solemnly obey your Majesty's decree." Wu Zetian mistook his reaction for what she was worried about. She couldn't help but sternly say, "We know that you have always been close to King Liang. King Liang is our nephew and you are our subject. We are happy to see that you are close to King Liang, and we do not oppose it. However, you absolutely cannot let King Liang know about this." Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. By now, he had already calmed down from his excitement and raised his head in confusion. Wu Zetian was very satisfied with his current performance and continued to give him pointers. "You should already know why we want to bring Prince of Luling back to the capital, right?" Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This subject does not dare to recklessly try to fathom your Majesty's intentions." Wu Zetian coldly snorted and said, "Is there even a need to fathom this matter? Anyone who knows our arrangements will understand our intentions. Thus, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential." "Yes," Yang Fan replied. Wu Zetian thought in a daze for a moment, then said, "We do not permit you to reveal this matter to anyone because it is of great importance. None of our nephews wish to see Prince Luling return to the capital. Once they learn of this matter, the consequences will be obvious. That is why we want you to keep this matter absolutely confidential. Prince Luling does not return to the capital safely, we will definitely kill you." With these last words, Wu Zetian's expression became stern. Yang Fan's heart trembled. He could tell that Wu Zetian was not joking. Although he himself was also the person most willing to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital, Wu Zetian's threat still made him think it over. Even if it was just to protect his own life, he would still do his utmost. Wu Zetian said, "Neither Prince Liang nor Prince Wei is willing to let Prince Luling return to the capital, and the army is filled with their people. If we leave this matter to them, we can imagine that Prince Luling will definitely be assassinated on the road to Luling, or that Prince Luling will fall ill and die of a sudden illness. Thus we are extremely cautious. Other than the inner guards, no one else knows that I have summoned you this time. You must also remember that this matter must be handled with extreme caution. Before Luling is brought back to the capital, no one can know of this matter." Yang Fan thought to himself, "It's not just the Prince Liang's faction, the Prince Wei's faction, or even the neutral Wu Yi. If even the Prince Xiang's faction hears of this matter, they will probably try to obstruct us." As Yang Fan thought to himself, he replied, "This subject will solemnly obey the imperial decree." Wu Zetian slowly returned to her seat and loudly called out, "Come!" Lan Yiqing, Gao Ying, and several other female guards suddenly appeared from behind the pillar. Wu Zetian said, "We will assign a few people from the inner guards to you. With our secret edict, they will accompany you to Fangzhou to bring Luling back." Yang Fan involuntarily blurted out, "All women?" Lan Yiqing rolled her eyes at him. Wu Zetian said in a deep voice, "We are not senile yet. Of course, we will not just assign a few female guards to you. Are you afraid that others won't find your entourage strange by being so ostentatious? You can choose a few more people from the 100 Cavalry. We can trust the 100 Cavalry, but the great general of the Featherwood Guard is still a nephew of the Wu clan. Therefore, you must do your best to choose a few reliable ones. Moreover, the true purpose of this trip must be concealed even from them. For confidential matters, You only need these guards who know the truth to help you. Yang Fan respectfully acknowledged. Wu Zetian waved her hand and Fu Qingqing walked to Yang Fan with an imperial edict in her hands. Yang Fan quietly gave her a grateful look and received the secret edict with both hands. Wu Zetian said, "Go and make the arrangements. We have to leave by tomorrow evening at the latest. Remember, if Luling lives, you live. If Luling dies, you die. Yang Fan, you're on your own." "Is Ah Lang still busy?" Xiao Man walked to the front of the study and looked at the light in the room. She asked Ren Wei, who was guarding the door. Ren Wei respectfully replied, "Yes, Madam." Ah Lang entered the study as soon as he came back. Xiao Man was puzzled. Strange, what is so urgent? There was a pair of silhouettes reflected in the window. One was obviously Yang Fan, who was gesticulating and saying something. The silhouette on the other side was more beautiful, with long eyelashes, a straight nose, round lips, and beautiful silhouette curves. It was obviously Gu Zhuting. Looking at the two, it was definitely not a messy or private matter. Xiao Man had no choice but to walk slowly. She had thought that her Langjun would accompany Sister Wanner tonight. Unexpectedly, she heard that after he returned to the manor, Xiao Man had used the condition of buying a civet cat for her son and a parrot for her daughter as a condition to send her children to sleep happily with their wet nurses. However, he still did not come after waiting for a long time. After a long time apart, Xiao Man actually wanted to be teased by Anu a few more times. Walking to the back of the house, Xiao Man called third sister and ordered, "Go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare some supper and send it to the study." Third sister answered in a crisp voice. She saw Madame leisurely walking toward the bedroom. Her gait was as if she was in low spirits. On the same night, Wan who had just received the news from Yang Fan, was wearing a nightgown and standing on the balcony. She looked up at the bright moon in the sky and stared blankly. Wan nature was indifferent. When she was not teased, the fire of lust was not strong. She was not the kind of woman who was eager to have sex. Tonight, Yang Fan could not come over for some reason. She was only disappointed that she could not talk to her lover. Now she was actually more worried about Yang Fan. She knew that if it was not a very important matter, Yang Fan would not break the appointment. Wanner stood there for a long time. Finally, she sighed and said, "What happened?" Chapter 772. Sect Master, why don't we use a large number of our people? After hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Gu Zhuting creased her slender brows. The panic she had felt when she was alone with Yang Fan had vanished, and she began to seriously consider this operation. Yang Fan explained, "Our strength is scattered, distributed among the various professions, the court and the common people. Although we can play an enormous role, it's a slow and long-term effect. For this sort of matter, we can only use a group of martial artists, and there aren't many of them. Secondly, our succession hall is not pure. Our people come from the 7 great clans. These people obey my orders, but they all have a true master behind them, the clans they belong to. Even if they won't betray me, it shouldn't be hard to send a message to their clans, right? And although the 7 great clans are united in their opposition to the Zhou dynasty and the Empress, the people they support are different. Some of them want to support the Prince of Xiang, but they won't put all their eggs in one basket. The succession hall is a hodgepodge of the 7 sects and 5 clans. The various clans have many eyes and ears, so the succession hall cannot be used. Otherwise, those people who are determined to support the Prince of Xiang, after paying such a great price, will definitely think of a way to kill the Prince of Luling once they learn that the Empress wants to make the Prince of Luling heir apparent. Since the Empress has already decided to pass the throne to the Prince, once the Prince of Luling is killed, the Prince of Xiang will be the Empress's only choice. They will definitely take this risk." Gu Zhuting silently nodded, knowing that everything Yang Fan said was true. Yang Fan added, "There's also one more thing. I have to bring the internal guards and 100 cavalry with me. If we use too many people, they will assuredly notice. After thinking it over, I feel that rather than using people from the succession hall whose background is unknown, it's better not to bring a single one. Gu Zhuting shot a quick glance at Yang Fan. She said nothing, but her heart was beating like a drum, and she was also rather flustered. Am I not a person of the succession hall? Sect Master. Sect Master is completely treating me as one of his own? He actually trusts me this much. Yang Fan didn't think so much. In his opinion, the common secret of killing Lu Binmi was enough to make this woman, who used to be a servant of the Cui family in Qinghe, stand by his side loyally forever. Yang Fan said, "Ever since I met with mishap in Hebei, the successor hall has been very nervous. They advised me to resign from my official position, at the same time they sent people to strengthen my protection. I had no intention of resigning from my official position, at least for now. If I stayed in the officialdom, I would be able to maintain close contact with the various realms and display my usefulness. I ignored this request. Another thing is their personal protection of me. No matter if it's the internal guards or the cavalrymen, there is no lack of outstanding people among them. Their martial arts are not inferior to our succession hall's people. If we let our people follow them, they will soon find out. However, I have no legitimate reason to do so, and I can't avoid them. Therefore, I need your help." Gu Zhuting nodded in understanding. Yang Fan worked almost all night, making detailed arrangements for the successor hall. This trip to Fangzhou would take at most a month. For a huge organization like the successor hall, unless something important happened within a month, as long as Yang Fan gave clear instructions and arranged people to handle the affairs for him, there would be no delay. Of course, he also made precautions in case of emergency, setting up emergency measures and a way to contact in case of an emergency. Yang Fan wrote the above situation in a secret letter. When all the above things were prepared, it was already dawn. Looking at Gu Zhuting, who had fallen asleep on the table, Yang Fan went to the bed behind the screen to take a thin quilt and gently covered her with it. Then he went to the bed and lay quietly, thinking about some details of bringing Prince of Luling back to the capital. Before he knew it, the sky was already bright and the rooster crowed. Yang Fan, who was lying on the bed with his clothes on, got up and quietly walked to the outside of the screen. As soon as the door was opened, the slight creaking sound woke Gu Zhuting up. Yang Fan stopped and smiled at her. "You've worked hard. Go to the bed and rest. I still have some arrangements to make at home. I'll call you when it's time to leave." Gu Zhuting nodded. Watching Yang Fan go out, she gently touched the thin quilt on her shoulder, a sweet smile on her lips. She stood up, stretched her slightly numb body, and slowly walked to the back of the screen. The bed was still warm from Yang Fan's body. Lying on it, Gu Zhuting felt Yang Fan's warmth. Suddenly, she shrunk her head under the quilt and took a deep breath, as if she could smell Yang Fan's scent. With a little shyness and satisfaction, she covered her burning cheeks. Since Wu Zetian began to seize the power of the emperor, countless people wanted to stop her. When she ascended to the throne, countless people wanted to drive her down from the throne. Groups of people sacrificed their lives for this. After countless people's efforts, Wu Zetian, who was at the end of her life, had no energy to continue the war, so she finally compromised. Now was the time to harvest the results, and his own life was also tied to this matter. Yang Fan dared not be careless. He didn't even tell Anu and Xiaoman about the truth of this trip. It was not that he didn't trust them, but he didn't want them to worry. Moreover, there were people from the succession hall in the Yang mansion. This matter involved too many factions. If they knew the truth, it would be bad if they accidentally revealed something. Xiaoman was quite reluctant to leave as soon as she came home, but she heard that he had the emperor's secret order and would be back in a month at most. Xiaoman, who had been a female soldier in the internal guards for many years, no longer complained. She, who had been in it, certainly understood what it meant to disobey the emperor's order. There was nothing on Anu's side. In the past few months they had been together. What Yang Fan needed to do now was to repeatedly remind her that she must stay at home obediently and not disguise herself to try to find out his whereabouts. Anu was not someone who didn't know the importance of things. Yang Fan said it very seriously, and knowing that Gu Shirshir was accompanying her, Anu obediently agreed. Afterwards, Yang Fan left with Ren Wei and the other guards. Before leaving, he woke Gu Zhuting up and went out together. Gu Zhuting was a woman, so she didn't need to accompany Yang Fan to go out before. This time was really special. However, this was Yang Fan's arrangement, so Ren Wei and the others naturally didn't ask. At this time, the 800th bell in Luoyang City had rung out. The streets were bustling with people. Yang Fan left Fortune Lane and kept walking north. When he reached the Luo River, he turned west and walked towards the Tianjin Bridge. There were many businesses on the riverbank, especially selling all kinds of snacks. The commoners of the nearby villages liked to come here early in the morning to buy some snacks. They were cheap and tasty. To do business here, they mainly relied on repeat customers. If the snacks were not tasty, the stall would have closed long ago. Those who could do business here all had their own unique skills. Nay, a rich aroma came with the wind. Yang Fan suddenly reined in his horse. He turned around and said to Gu Zhuting, "Miss Gu, you haven't had breakfast yet. How about eating a pancake to allay your hunger?" Gu Zhuting, who had been absent-minded the whole time, jumped as if she was startled when he called her name. She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Yang Fan had already jumped off the horse with a smile and walked to the roadside stall. Not long after, he came back with a piping hot hu cake. The outside of the hu cake was wrapped in lotus leaves, but it was still very hot. Yang Fan quickly ran to Gu Zhuting's horse with both hands, smiled and said, "Quickly catch, it's so hot." Gu Zhuting was at a loss. But when she saw that Yang Fan's hand was so hot, she didn't dare to reach out to take it. She first pulled her hands into her sleeves and rolled up a few layers of sleeves to make sure they were a little thick. Then she took the pancake. Ren Wei was a talkative person. At first, he pretended to be silent in front of Yang Fan. But now, he had revealed his true colors. Seeing this scene, he smiled and said, "Ah Lang, I also haven't had breakfast. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Fan got on his horse and said, "Go buy it." Ren Wei opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. The other guards laughed. Gu Zhuting saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. The pancake sold by this shop didn't cut corners at all. A full caddy of mutton was stuffed in between layers of crispy wheat pancake. The delicious mutton was evenly sprinkled with pepper and fermented black beans, and there was also crispy wine. The aroma of wheat, meat, crispy wine, pepper, and fermented black beans gushed out, making people salivate. Gu Zhuting's heart was filled with sweetness as she ate, but her small mouth was really too small. Facing such a giant, Hu Ping, she had no idea where to put her mouth. Even so, she still ate with relish. The pancakes made by this shop are very authentic. When I went out in the past, even if I had already eaten breakfast, I would still buy one. But this pancake is really too big. Generally speaking, if a family buys one and cuts it, it will be enough for 3 people to eat. I can't even eat half of it." As Yang Fan said this, he suddenly saw that half of the pancake in Gu Zhuting's hand had been eaten by that small mouth. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Miss Gu has a good appetite." Gu Zhuting's pretty face blushed, and she looked a little embarrassed. Yang Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "You didn't eat breakfast, so of course you are hungry. When I said I can't eat half of it, I was referring to the situation where I had already eaten breakfast." Yang Fan continued to move forward on his horse and boasted for the old man selling the pancakes. "This old man has a pair of wonderful hands, and has the ability to turn iron into gold. I heard that he wasn't the only one selling pancakes on this section of the embankment. Later on, a few other pancake sellers competed with him, and he used a saddle and a quiver to make a delicious meal. Those people knew they were inferior and took the initiative to give way. The saddles and quiver of that time were made of bear and deer skin, and the inferior ones were made of cowhide and sheepskin. Those were all real leather, and the edible gelatin of the later generations could not compare. They were all natural green real leather, and after cooking, the gelatin would thicken and the taste would be not bad. Gu Zhuting was eating with relish, but when she heard this, her mouth that had just opened suddenly stopped on the crescent shape of the pancake, and she didn't have the courage to bite down. Seeing this, Yang Fan laughed. Don't worry, there is definitely no quiver or saddle in there. Ha ha, you can eat without worry. Gu Zhuting looked at Yang Fan, who had succeeded in his prank, and was laughing happily. She rolled her eyes at him, but it was a pity that Yang Fan, who was riding with his whip, was already halfway out of the horse's body, so he didn't see it. Otherwise, such a charming, flying wight would probably make his body go soft like the pancake in Gu Zhuting's mouth. Chapter 773. Huang Xuchang, Su Liang, Wei Yong, Zhang Shitong, Zhang Qi, Tianyan, Yu Ziqing. These people were brought to Round Wall City. This was the northernmost building of the Luoyang Imperial Palace. It was separated from the main building complex of the rear palace by a huge and thick wall. This place was usually where the palace gathered the toilet bowls to be removed or disposed of some other dirty things. In the cracks of the floor tiles, strong weeds struggled tenaciously, trying to spread their branches and leaves. In this gloomy courtyard with high walls, they did their best to absorb every ray of light they could. Huang Xuchang, Wei Yong, and the others were like weeds in the cracks of the bricks, trying their best to stretch their necks and focus their gazes on Gaoying, Lan Yiqing, and the others. They looked at their hair, their faces, their lips, their breasts, their waists, their legs. In any case, it would be a waste not to look. They often met each other in the palace. Even if they couldn't remember their names, they were at least somewhat familiar with each other. However, they had never seen the female guards dressed in civilian women's clothing. The heroic and vigorous martial attire was gone, and their cold and serious expressions were gone. At this moment, they were full of youthful vitality and soft beauty. Huang Xuchang and the others didn't know why they were called here. There was no transfer order from the great general of the Yulin Guard. It was only the female official Fu Qingqing who had ordered them to come here. They knew that Fu Qingqing was second only to Shangguan Daiji in the palace, so they didn't dare disobey and immediately rushed over. In the end, they only saw a group of young and beautiful girls dressed in civilian women's clothing of all kinds and colors. Could it be that the emperor thinks we're old and wants to arrange a marriage for us, just like General Yang? Wei Yong began to calculate seriously. But I'm already married. Presumably, the emperor doesn't know about this. Oh, should I divorce that faded old woman at home first? Although my 6 brothers-in-law aren't easy to deal with, but such a greedy girl. Just as Wei Yong was letting his imagination run wild, a hearty laughter came from the palace gate. He turned his head and saw a handsome man dressed in a cross-collared gown. He was tall and had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a jade-like face, and red lips. He had an extraordinary demeanor as he accompanied the female official Fu over the threshold. They were immediately exposed to the brilliant sunlight. Erlang? Wei Yong looked at the man in shock. It was obviously Yang Fan. Yang Fan and Fu Qingqing walked up to them and stood in front of the 2 rows of men on the left and women on the right. Fu Qingqing withdrew her smile and said to them with a cold expression, "I've received an imperial edict to order all of you to listen to Commandant Yang's arrangements and leave the palace to carry out an errand. During this period of time, all of you will listen to Commandant Yang's arrangements." Huang Xuchang awoke from the shock of seeing Yang Fan for the first time and asked, "Fu Jiejie, may I know why you sent us out of the palace?" Fu Qingqing said with a straight face, "There's no need to ask anymore. Just do whatever Commandant Yang tells you to do." Su Liang took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Sister Fu, we belong to the 100 Cavalry. Without the commander's seal, no one can mobilize us. This is the imperial court." Before he could finish, His voice stopped abruptly. Yang Fan had already raised his right hand and there was half a tortoise seal in his hand. The commander's seal used to mobilize troops was originally a tiger seal. When the Tang dynasty was founded, the name of their ancestor, Li Hu, was changed to a fish seal. When Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, it was changed to a tortoise seal. Although the internal guards were also part of the army, they were the emperor's private soldiers. They had already received an imperial edict and had no objections to Yang Fan. These 100 cavalry were different. Su Liang took out the half-tortoise seal that he always carried with him and stepped forward to take the tortoise seal from Yang Fan's hand. It fit perfectly. Su Liang immediately returned the tortoise seal and took 3 steps back. He said respectfully, "We will obey Commandant's orders." When Wei Yong and the others saw that Su Liang had already verified the commander's seal, they also bowed to Yang Fan. "Greetings, Commandant. Brothers, dispense with the formalities," Yang Fan said to the crowd and put away the commander's seal. Fu Qingqing nodded at him and said amiably, "Commandant Yang, Qingqing will return to the palace now. I wish Commandant victory and success." "Thank you, miss." Yang Fan cupped his hands at Fu Qingqing and watched her leave. The moment Fu Qingqing left, the 100 cavalry relaxed and gathered in front of Yang Fan. These people had gone through life and death with Yang Fan and were very friendly to each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Shidong said, "Commandant, what are we going to do when we leave the palace? Are those women also going with us?" Yang Fan's expression became solemn. He said, "Don't ask what we are going to do or where we are going. Those ladies from the internal guards are going to do official business with us." Zhang Shitong muttered, "So mysterious." Yang Fan clapped his hands and said, "Come, come, come. Everyone, come forward and listen to me in detail." The 100 cavalry and the Plum Blossom internal guards gathered around them. Yang Fan said, "Where we are going and what we are going to do, those of you who should know already know. Those who don't ask. Just follow orders. This is an order. The mission we are carrying out this time is very secretive. We need to conceal our identities along the way to avoid arousing suspicion. So, Brother Wei, Brother Su, you have to go back in a while and change into casual clothes. You have to be fast. I will give you the time of 2 incense sticks to burn. You must come back on time. Also, there are men and women in our group, and they are all young people. Once we go, even if we change into casual clothes, we will inevitably attract attention. So, I have thought of a way to let everyone blend in and not arouse anyone's suspicions along the way. However, you must keep your mouth shut. Along the way, don't talk to those who are unrelated to us, and don't drink alcohol along the way." Yu Ziqin interrupted with a smile, "Captain, why do you have to go through so much trouble? I see that the number of people from the 100 cavalry and the internal guards is about the same. Why don't you all disguise yourselves as husband and wife? A dozen young couples will go back to their hometown together to visit their relative. 10 months later, all of them will be a family of 3. Ha ha ha, the 100 cavalry burst into laughter. The female guards were used to being in the army, so they did not blush at this crazy talk. But they inevitably scolded and looked down on them. For a moment, the men laughed and the women talked like 10,000 ducks, chattering and making people dizzy. "Silence," Yang Fan said in a deep voice. "Don't think that this trip is easy. Do you know why I asked you to come?" Yang Fan's eyes swept across the faces of the 100 cavalry. Seeing the stern look in his eyes, the crowd gradually quieted down. Yang Fan said, "Because I know you well, we can cooperate better. This trip must be kept secret. Without my permission, no one is allowed to expose your identity, no matter what happens. Without my permission, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you are not allowed to resist. If this matter is successful, both you and I will have made great contributions, but if something goes wrong..." Yang Fan deliberately paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "You and I, no one can escape. Everyone will die." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Their hearts trembled and they did not dare to joke anymore. However, the 100 cavalry became even more curious. "What on earth is it that makes you so cautious?" Yang Fan did not allow them to continue thinking. He shouted in a deep voice, "Go back and change your clothes, then return immediately. Do not tell anyone where you are going. If you do not return within the time limit of 2 incense sticks, you will be beheaded." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Zhuting walked out of the main hall with a small incense burner in her hand. There was a stick of incense stuck in the top of the burner. When the cavalry saw this, they immediately fled like chickens and dogs. In just a short moment, not a single one could be seen. "Shaoqing, look after the incense burner." "Who? Me?" Lan Yiqing looked left and right, then pointed at his own nose and asked. Yang Fan stared at him and said, "Of course it's you." Lan Yiqing pouted, "Who's little?" "Shaoqing, it's Shaoqing." Gao Ying held back her laughter. "You should say, what relationship do you have with me? Why are you calling me so intimately?" "Humph." Lan Yiqing wrinkled his nose and walked over to take the incense burner from Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting turned around and entered the main hall. He smiled gently at Gu Zhuting and said, "Sorry to trouble you. Alang is too polite." Yang Fan's smile made Gu Zhuting panic a little. She quickly turned around to take a package on the table and said to Yang Fan, "Alang, please sit on that chair." Yang Fan turned his head and saw that there were 2 stools beside him. He sat down on one of them. A moment later, Gu Zhuting came over and sat down on the other stool. She placed the parcel on the ground and opened it. She took out a pile of paint and hair and began to paint Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan raised his face and closed his eyes, allowing Gu Zhuting to do whatever she wanted. Gu Zhuting's pair of nimble hands traced Yang Fan's face here and there, and sometimes she even smeared something on it. The delicate parts were very close, they could feel each other's breath. Yang Fan closed his eyes, so he didn't feel too uncomfortable, but he still subconsciously breathed lightly, as if he was afraid of offending the beauty. Gu Zhuting, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel flustered, but fortunately Yang Fan's eyes were closed, so she didn't feel too embarrassed. After a while, she gradually calmed down. In Gu Zhuting's hands, Yang Fan's face gradually turned into the image of a red-faced man with thick eyebrows and wide eyes. But in Gu Zhuting's eyes, he was still him. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like stars, his face was like jade, and he was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. Her fingers gently stroked his eyebrows, his eyes, his straight nose, his angular lips, and those infatuated eyes were like ripples of water. It was clear that she was a passionate woman, infatuated with her lover. But she didn't realize it, he didn't feel it, and no one else saw it. The second incense stick was only half burned when Wei Yong and Zhang Shidong returned as if they were in a race. Then, the hundreds of cavalrymen also rushed back. When the second incense stick was only a finger's height left, everyone was back. When Yang Fan came out of the hall, everyone was shocked. If it wasn't for Yang Fan's voice, the turtle talisman in his hand, and the fact that he said that he would wash off his makeup after leaving Luoyang, they wouldn't believe that this person was Yang Fan. At this time, Gu Zhuting also changed her appearance. She turned into a handsome man in a light robe. Soon, Fu Qingqing sent Gao Lishir to deliver a message, and everyone left with Gao Lishir. At the gate of the palace, the great minister of musical house, Master Rumei, was waiting there with a group of disciples, followed by a large group of musicians and waiters. Yang Fan and others also mixed in a mess. When the palace gate was opened, everyone walked out in a swagger in front of Rinwei and several secret guards of the Succession Hall. Chapter 774. After passing Crouching Bull Pass and exiting Luyang Pass, a large circus walked southward towards Nanyang. Yang Fan, the cavalry, and the inner guards were mixed in with this circus team. After leaving the palace that day, Yang Fan and the others first followed Master Rumei to her house in Nanqing before regrouping the team and leaving through the side door. They met up with another team that had been waiting there for a long time and went out of Dingding Gate, heading southward. This team was a circus that mainly performed illusions. The troop leader was the illusionist master that the Succession Hall had invited from Chang'an to Luoyang. Yang Fan originally wanted to invite him to expose the deceit of the old nun from Hanoi, Taoist Shifang, and the barbarian Moliai. Unexpectedly, Xue Huai's fire had angered Wu Zetian, so she vented her anger on the old nun from Hanoi who had boasted that she could see the past and the future. Thus, she attacked the three swindlers. This way, there was no need for Yang Fan to do anything. Young Master Jiang relied on the three swindlers to amass wealth, but his businesses were confiscated by the imperial court because of the collapse of the three swindlers. Young Master Jiang failed on the verge of success and went north. He was killed by Yang Fan at Hulao Pass, so the illusionist master was never put to use. Later, Yang Fan paid him a sum of money as compensation and no longer restricted his actions. The old man simply used the money to hire some people and a few disciples to perform in Luoyang. For a time, their performances became very popular in the three cities of North, South, and Gentle House. However, they had been in Luoyang for a year, and the illusionist program could not be updated so quickly. Because there were no new programs, business had gradually declined, so they were planning to move to another place. Yang Fan wanted to find an excuse to cover his overly conspicuous subordinates to Fangzhou, so he thought of them. It was said that as long as they took Yang Fan and the others to Fangzhou, then Yang Fan would have to pay for all the food and accommodation along the way. The old leader didn't even ask about the background of these people and immediately agreed. Thus, Yang Fan and the others became members of the illusion group. Along the way, they passed through Nanyang, Dengzhou, and Gu City. If they did not perform at all when they passed through these cities, even if others did not notice, the Succession Hall would definitely notice their abnormality. Therefore, Yang Fan could only reluctantly allow the old leader to perform in each city they passed through. The secret letter Yang Fan wrote before he left was given to Xiaoman. Yang Fan specifically told her to hand it over in the evening. When the sun set, Xiaoman handed the letter to the Succession Hall's guard in the Yang Mansion. After reading the secret letter, the guard immediately sent someone to the palace gate to report to Ren Wei. Ren Wei waited anxiously in front of the palace with a few guards. He had no idea that Yang Fan had already swaggered away in front of him. It was not until the Yang Mansion sent a message that Ren Wei realized that the master had stood him up. Ren Wei returned to the Yang Mansion and read the letter left by Yang Fan. He had no choice but to report to the Succession Hall with the letter. By the time they responded, Yang Fan had already disappeared outside Luoyang City. Yang Fan and the others rushed to Fangzhou. The old leader was very experienced and found a house to rent, ready to perform on the streets the next day. They rented a dilapidated house. The house was not small and there were many rooms, but they were too dilapidated for years. Some of the rooms were already cracked. If it rained, it might rain heavily outside and drizzle inside. However, the rent was very cheap. With so many people, if they lived in an inn, even the cheapest one, the daily expenses would not be small, which would not match their status. After Yang Fan settled down, he left with Gu Zhuting. They knew the specific place where the Prince of Luling was being held, but it was only a name on a piece of paper, and they had no specific impression of it. Now that they were here, they needed to understand the details and the situation of the Prince of Luling. Wu Zetian's distrust of her son and indulgence of the Wu clan caused her to be caught in a cocoon of her own making. The Wu clan's henchmen and spies were everywhere in the imperial court, especially in the army. Even the slightest movement couldn't be hidden from them. This time, Yang Fan's sudden transfer of some people could not be hidden from them. However, because this matter had been carried out in secret, and the members of the 100 cavalry had been transferred away unusually quickly, they had no idea where exactly these people had been sent by the Empress. If they wanted to find out, they would have to spend some effort. In addition, the sentries that had been sent to Lu province to hold the Prince of Luling under house arrest naturally belonged to the Wu clan. In the past, the more people like this were used, the more at ease Wu Zetian felt. But now, because of this, it created a great obstacle for Yang Fan's actions. He could not openly rush to the Prince of Luling's residence to read the imperial edict and then urge the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, to return to Luoyang. If he had the imperial edict in hand, the guards would not dare to rebel or stop him, but they would definitely report it to the Wu clan as quickly as possible. Whether it was Wu Sanxi or Wu Qingxi, as long as any member of the Wu clan knew of this news, Yang Fan's group could forget about returning to Luoyang peacefully, unless he brought a large army to protect them. But if he really did bring an army, who could guarantee that every soldier and officer in this army would be reliable? According to the records in the palace, the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, was being held under house arrest in Zhoushan district. Fang province had 4 districts under its jurisdiction, and its administrative center had originally been in Zhoushan district, but during the reign of Zhenguan, it had been moved to Fangling district. The illusion team was currently in Fangling, the administrative center of Fang province, so he still had to hurry to Zhoushan. Fortunately, the 2 districts were not too far apart, so it was very unlikely that he would be discovered if he broke up with these martial artists here. Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting went out for a stroll, found the locals, and carefully inquired about the situation in Zhoushan as well as the path to take. Then, they hurriedly returned, preparing to arrange for their own people to break up and leave the city one after the other. They would head to Zhoushan district and meet up there, then study how to get in touch with the Prince of Luling. Unexpectedly, just as the 2 of them returned to the alley of their rented residence, they saw a sea of people in front of them. Many people had gathered there to watch the commotion. Yang Fan did not know what was going on, so he hurriedly quickened his pace. Pushing through the crowd, he couldn't help but inwardly grumble. He saw Zhang Shidong, Yu Ziqing, Zhang Qi, Tian Yan, and Wei Yong unarmed, surrounded by several dozen officials wielding iron chains and sabers at their waists. Bailiffs had stepped forward to put chains on them to arrest them. Perhaps because they had received strict orders from Yang Fan saw that they were itching to try, but in the end, he did not resist. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yang Fan hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists toward the bailiffs and bailiff. "Dukes, if there's a problem, we can talk it over. What happened to my brothers?" As he spoke, he realized that there were still a few people lying on the ground. Judging from their attire, they were quite similar to the poppies of the marketplace. They were struggling and moaning on the ground, and because Yang Fan had been obstructed by someone, his line of sight had been affected, so he had not seen them. A man who seemed to be the head of the squad turned his head and coldly asked, "They're your brothers?" Yang Fan hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, this Duke." The head of the squad raised his mustache and sneered, "Very well, tie them up as well." With a clatter sound, a set of shackles was placed on Yang Fan's neck. Yang Fan was stunned and said, "What exactly happened?" The head of the squad sneered and said, "What happened? Let's talk in prison." One of the ruffians lying on the ground, moaning, hugged his calf and wailed miserably, brother-in-law, my leg seems to be broken. You have to help me. Shut your stinky mouth and go around causing trouble for me." The man with the mustache fiercely reprimanded him and said to one of his subordinates, "You, go get a few cars and send those bastards for treatment first. Put all the expenses on credit and charge it to these people." The constable answered and raised his ruler to chase away the crowd as if he was swatting flies. "Get out of the way, get 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 out of the way. Take these people back to the yamen." The man with the mustache shouted and left with his hands clasped behind his back while humming a tune. Seeing that Gu Zhuting was about to take action, Yang Fan hurriedly stopped her with a look. In a small place like this, there was no need for a murder case to happen. Beating up a public servant was enough to cause a sensation in the surrounding villages. If they were to pile up these public servants here today, they would immediately become local celebrities, and it would be difficult for them to move a single step. What happened? Yang Fan asked the few cavalrymen who caused the trouble. Among them, Wei Yong was the oldest, so Yang Fan was asking him. Before Wei Yong could answer, a constable raised his saber and shouted, "Shut up! Don't talk. If there's anything, go back to the yamen." Helpless, Yang Fan could only sullenly shut his mouth and let the constables escort him back to the yamen. Among these people, even an ordinary imperial bodyguard or an ordinary Plum Blossom Palace guard could scare the constables out of their wits, let alone Yang Fan and Wei Yong, who were officials of the capital. However, they had important matters to attend to and could not easily reveal their identities. They could not reveal their identities elsewhere, and it was even more so in Fangzhou. What were the intentions of the cavalrymen secretly appearing in Fangzhou? A prince was imprisoned here. Once these two matters were connected, the truth would probably be immediately guessed by smart people. Yang Fan could only be patient and plan to wait until he understood the whole story. After they were escorted to the yamen of Fangling, they were directly thrown into the prison without asking the magistrate to enter the court to interrogate them. The prison of Fangling County was not large. There were 4 cells in total and not many prisoners. In the innermost cell were 2 disheveled and haggard old men in their 50s. Yang Fan and the other 5 were stuffed into the same cell. The head of the prison locked the door and swaggered out. Only then did Yang Fan glance at them with slight anger. He coldly asked, "Who can tell me what happened?" Chapter 775. Wei Yong saw that there were 2 other prisoners in the other cell who were curiously sizing them up. He lowered his voice and said, "Erlang, you really can't blame us brothers for this. We've been running around for a long time and finally arrived at Fangzhou. Everyone can finally catch their breath. We just wanted to walk around the streets, so there's nothing wrong with that. Who would have thought that the damn locals would bully strangers? As soon as they heard our foreign accent, hey! You took his things and only glanced at them. Even if you didn't want to buy it, you couldn't. Moreover, that damn scrap metal can be sold for gold. You didn't want it, so he beat you up. Do you think we brothers can bear this?" Yang Fan frowned. He really didn't want to blame them for this matter. With the arrogance of Bai Qi, now that they were in this small place, they had to bow their heads to a few ruffians in the streets? It was impossible. Yang Fan didn't need to ask to know what had happened between them. It wasn't like Yang Fan hadn't seen these ruffians' shameless faces when he was working as a shopkeeper. This time, Yang Fan wanted them by name to create an opportunity to pull his former comrades to his side. If he reprimanded them for a few ruffians now, it would inevitably cause them to resent him. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. Besides, there was no point in making them admit their mistake. The most important thing now was to find a way to leave. At this time, the 2 prisoners carefully observed them for a while. They felt that these strong men didn't have a ferocious aura, so they became more courageous. One of them shouted, "Hey, newcomers, what did you do?" Wei Yong glanced at them but didn't say anything. But Yang Fan's heart moved. Looking at them, they were old prisoners who had been locked up here for a long time. They must know a bit about the local situation. Yang Fan said, "My brothers were a bit rash and got into a conflict with a few locals. They injured a few ruffians who tried to blackmail us. In the end, they were locked up here by the constables without any reason." The 2 old prisoners looked at each other. One of them said, "Among the ruffians who blackmailed you, is there a man called Chao Manzi?" Zhang Shitong said curiously, "That's right, the guy whose ribs were broken by me is called Chao Man. Could it be that you know him?" When the 2 old criminals heard this, they immediately shook their heads and clicked their tongues. One of them said, "Then the few of you are finished. Just stay here and accompany us brothers." "What do you mean?" Yang Fan asked. One of the old convicts sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, the two of us were originally merchants from Lingnan. When we passed through this place, we were extorted by these people. In a moment of anger, we started to fight. Speaking of which, it was the two of us who suffered a loss. In the end, we were still captured. We've been locked up for more than a year now. We don't even know when we'll be released." Yang Fan was greatly alarmed. Those ruffians in the streets are just picking a quarrel and stirring up trouble. How could they have such ability to imprison you for such a long time? The old prisoner forced a smile and said, "What can we do? That ruffian Chow Man's sister is married to our county's supervisor, Lin Er, and Lin Er's sister is the fourth wife of our county's magistrate, He Haijiao. With all these layers of connections between them, us lowly commoners, sigh." Zhang Qi said angrily, "Outrageous! Just because of this small matter, they detained you for such a long time. Is there no law in Fangling County?" The old prisoner said, "Law? The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Who knows what happened here? Young man, don't look at how there are many officials under the emperor's rule. This kind of lawless people and lawless things are actually fewer. It just so happens that everywhere in the prefectures and counties, which one doesn't have lawless people. Sigh. Originally, the two of us would only be able to return to our hometown after a few years. Even now, our families still don't know that we've been imprisoned here." The taciturn prisoner said angrily, "When we were locked up, our money and goods were confiscated. I originally thought that since they had vented their anger and gotten their money, they would let us go. Who knew that we wouldn't be able to get out of this prison? Maybe those heartless people have already forgotten about our existence." Yang Fan frowned when he heard this. This was a bit troublesome. He originally thought that since no one died, as long as the people on the outside moved a bit, handed over some money and bribed them, they would be able to turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. Now it seemed that these black-hearted local tyrants wanted both money and lives. Not to mention that they didn't bring a large sum of money with them this time. Even if they did, using such a large sum of money to bribe those corrupt officials, even though they were greedy, they weren't stupid. How could they not notice something fishy? The two prisoners had a few new companions who were in the same boat, so they became more interested in talking. The talkative prisoner said, "The local county magistrate, He Haijiao, was originally a steward of the hot spring soup in the capital." Hearing this, Yang Fan was secretly surprised. "So this county magistrate, he was my predecessor." The prisoner said again, "You don't know what kind of position this hot spring soup steward is, right? That's where the hot springs and fruits and vegetables are managed for the royal family. Before the Empress Dowager ascended the throne, auspicious signs frequently appeared all over the world. The hot spring soup steward is also a blessed place. Unexpectedly, it also produced auspicious signs. Among the golden peaches that were planted on the mountain, there were two strange fruits. One of the fruits had a natural wan character on it, and the other had a sway character on it. When put together, it means long live the emperor." He Haijiao presented these two peaches to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was overjoyed and let him be the next county magistrate. The quiet prisoner immediately said, "So, our Fangling County has one more scourge." When Yang Fan was in Luoyang, he had personally experienced all kinds of chaos before and after Wu Zetian ascended the throne. At that time, offering auspicious signs was popular throughout the country. One of the most absurd things was that a doctor named Zhu Qianyi wrote a letter to Wu Zetian, saying that he dreamed that the Empress Dowager became the emperor and ruled the world for 800 years. Such a preposterous fart made him promoted from a doctor to a gleaner. Who would have thought that this county magistrate, he was also promoted by offering auspicious signs. Yang Fan didn't believe in auspicious signs, but he couldn't understand why there were words on the peaches. Perhaps it was like an illusion, there was some trick to it. While Yang Fan was talking to the two old prisoners, Tian Yen kept looking around. At this time, he raised his head and stared at the vent of the upper cell. he suddenly shouted. Who said we can't leave? How about we get out of here? Hearing this, everyone turned around and saw him pointing excitedly at the vent on the top of the cell. In this small county, the construction of the prison was not up to standard. The vent was wide enough for people to crawl through, but the vent was right in the middle of the top of the cell, about 3 to 4 feet from the ground. No one could jump up, and there was no place to climb. But what kind of people were locked up in this cell? The few of them changed their minds and quickly thought of a solution. They cried out involuntarily, "That's right, that's a good idea." Although the vent was high, if the few of them stacked on top of each other, with the height of 6 people, they would definitely be able to touch the vent on the top of the cell. As long as one of them could get out, it would be easy for the others to get out. When the 2 prisoners in the cell next to them heard that they could get out, their eyes immediately widened like copper bells. The talkative prisoner said repeatedly, "You can get out? It's so high and you don't have anything to rely on, can you really get out?" At this time, the taciturn prisoner was no longer taciturn and said repeatedly, "Everyone, everyone, we are all fellow prisoners and can be considered to be in the same boat. If you can get out, you must take us with you. The 2 of us have some money at home, so we will definitely not forget to thank everyone." Zhang Qi took a long time to gather his qi at the bars between the 2 cells, and said helplessly, "This bar is as thick as my thigh, and it's made of pear wood. Do you think I can break it?" Yang Fan was first delighted, but then he thought of the difficulty. Breaking out of prison was of course easy, but it would definitely cause a large search by the Fang province government. In this era, there weren't many people moving around, so no matter where they went, they would be shining target. How could they talk about quietly making contact with the Prince of Luling? If he had to use this method, then it would be better for Yang Fan to reveal his identity and have that scoundrel county magistrate he respectfully invite him out. When Yang Fan explained the difficulty, everyone looked puzzled. Wei Yong couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Captain, why did we come here this time? Why must we be so secretive, and not reveal our identity even if we are entangled by a group of corrupt officials? If Captain doesn't explain it clearly, we brothers really won't be able to understand." Zhang Shidong and the others all stared at Yang Fan. After a moment of silence, Yang Fan said in a low voice, "This is Fang Province. Think about it, what does Fang Province have? What does Fang Province have?" The guards looked at each other and thought hard for a long time before Yuzicheng suddenly reacted and cried out, "The Prince of Luling." Yang Fan immediately shouted, "Silence." Only now did Wei Yong realize that the objective of this mission was so important. He couldn't help but nervously lick his lips and ask in a hurried and low voice, "Captain, we came here on imperial edict to harm Luling?" These low-ranking soldiers didn't have any political foresight or strategy. In their view, if the emperor wanted to release the Prince of Luling to return to the capital, he only needed to send a eunuch and announce an imperial edict. Why would he need to be so secretive and troublesome? Now that he had sent them to Fang Province in secret, it was likely that they were going to harm the Prince of Luling. Yang Fan said in a low voice, "We'll talk about the details after we get out. Before the operation, I'll tell you the plan. Right now, we have to think about how to get out. I only hope that Huang Xuchang and Su Liang won't use the method of revealing their official status to rescue us." Tian Yen pointed at the top of the cell and said, "Captain, with our skills, can't we put up a frame? As long as one of us can go up, we can use a belt or robe to tie a rope and pull us up." Yang Fan said, "Of course it's easy to get out. The difficult part is how to not alarm the local authorities. If they mobilize the people to search everywhere, where will we, the foreigners, be able to hide? If this matter could be publicized, why would we need to go through so much trouble and use a theatrical troupe as a smokescreen?" Everyone was speechless. With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan slowly paced around the cell. Sometimes he would look at the door, and sometimes at the ventilation holes on the ceiling, his brows knitted into a deep frown. Although Wei Yong and the others still couldn't guess the specific mission, they already knew that this matter involved the Prince of Luling and that this was a political struggle of the highest level. No matter how slow they were, they could still tell that this matter was of great importance. With bitter expressions, they looked at Yang Fan, who was pacing back and forth, hoping that this resourceful star could think of a perfect solution. "I have a solution." Yang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong and the others immediately surrounded him and excitedly asked, "Captain, what's the solution?" Yang Fan pushed aside his brothers and walked to the other side of the cell. The two pitiful peddlers were currently grabbing onto the bars, pressing their thin faces against the rough wooden posts as they stared at Yang Fan and the others. A smile slowly blossomed on Yang Fan's face, and like Satan luring them to hell, he gently asked, "Sirs, do you want to be released from prison and reunite with your families? Do you want to receive a reward?" Chapter 776. The night was dark and the sound of the watchman's clapper gradually faded into the lonely night sky. The quiet courtyard suddenly became restless. The crescent moon was like a hook. Although it was not the best time to commit murder or arson, it was enough for these skilled bandits. Gao Ying covered her face with the green cloth and slashed forward with her hand. She shouted, "Depart!" After Yang Fan and the others were taken into prison, the meticulous Gu Zhuting immediately returned to the courtyard they had rented. She had Yang Fan's people quickly hide to prevent others from discovering that the captured people had anything to do with this courtyard. Then she discussed a strategy with Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the others who knew the purpose of this trip. They quickly rejected the idea of revealing their identities and asking Fongling County to release the people. But they had no better idea. After discussing for a long time, they came to a unanimous decision: break out of the prison. Although doing so would still cause a commotion in the area, they couldn't care too much at this time. They had already made preparations in advance. Before closing the city gates, they had already called for their men to take their horses out of the city and hide in a dense forest 6 miles away from the city. They would leave immediately once they broke out of the prison. If they wanted to leave the city, the low city walls of Fongling were not a problem for them. Gao Ying covered her face with a green cloth and held a sharp blade in her hand. She led a group of tigresses and charged at the front. The other 100 cavalry were responsible for bringing up the rear under the command of Huang Xuchang and Su Liang. They had just charged to the front courtyard of the old and dilapidated residence when they were blocked by a group of people. One of them asked in a bad mood, "Dressed like this, who are you planning to kidnap?" Hearing the familiar voice, Gao Ying stilled. Using the weak moonlight, she took a few more steps forward and took a closer look. Gao Ying couldn't help but cry out, "Officer Yang, you've already been released?" When the sun on the horizon released a brilliant red glow and dyed the entire sky red, more than 20 fast horses were lightly galloping on a small mountain path towards Zhushan district. The dewdrops on the green leaves of the wild grass sparkled with sparkling light. Because of the trampling of the horses' hooves and the trembling of the ground, the sparkling dewdrops either splashed out or slowly rolled down, splashing into the dust one by one. Yang Fan and the others left the city that very night. By daybreak, they were already halfway to Zhushan district. The prison door of Fangling County opened, and an old man walked in weakly, dragging a bucket of rice. He knocked on the rice bucket and was just about to shout, "Time to eat," when he suddenly saw the situation in the prison. He couldn't help but be stunned. Their cell was not big. There were only a few cells in total. They could see clearly through the bars. Last night, the cell on the right was full of 6 people. Why was it so empty now? As soon as the pair of sufferers in the innermost cell saw someone come in, they immediately shouted, "Warden, something's wrong, something's wrong." Old man Tsang quickly put down his rice bucket and rushed over to ask, "What happened? Where are the people in the next cell?" The 2 unkempt prisoners pointed and gesticulated, spitting spittle as they told him what happened. The old jailer, who was half dead when he walked, couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He immediately rushed out to report to the warden. In less than an hour, the county magistrate, the county deputy, the registrar, the county lieutenant, the supervisor, and the warden, a large group of people suddenly came. The county magistrate, He Haijiao, disliked the dim light in the prison and specially ordered a few jailers to light torches. They carefully examined the cell that originally held the 6 prisoners for a long time. There were 2 large footprints on the ground, 5 feet long and 3 inches deep. If a shorter person were to lie in it, it could be used as a bed. The heels, soles, and toes could be clearly seen, as if a giant had once stood there. The county magistrate squatted on the ground and carefully examined for a long time. He stood up and said to the 2 prisoners, "Tell me in detail, what exactly happened last night?" The 2 prisoners were both merchants, so they had already trained their faces and lip. Just now, they had rehearsed in front of the jailer, so they weren't flustered at all. It was still the talkative merchant who spoke to the county magistrate. "Last night, the 2 of us were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, we felt thousands of golden rays piercing our eyes, and we couldn't help but wake up. When we opened our eyes, we saw a golden-armored deity. He was 3 feet tall, had a broad waist, and was holding a golden pestle in his hand. His whole body was glowing. Yes, it was the golden-armored deity. Yes, the golden-armored deity was standing in that position. The 6 prisoners in this cell were all prostrating at the feet of the deity, as obedient as kittens. The 2 of us brothers worshipped Buddha the most. When we saw that the deity was no different from the skanda, we quickly knelt down and chanted Amitabha." The other slow talker finally interrupted and said, "The deity didn't open his mouth, but there was a bell-like voice ringing in our hearts. The deity said that even though we had committed crimes, we were devout to Buddha and had the heart to repent. Buddha saw this and specially sent a deity to enlighten us." "Oh!" He Haijiao blinked his eyes, seemingly believing it but not believing it. He didn't know whether there were real auspicious signs in the world, but as one of the beneficiaries of auspicious signs, he was very clear that the auspicious sign he made back then was fake. He had been guarding the hot spring soup all year round, and inadvertently discovered that the parts of the fruit that were exposed to sunlight and the parts that were covered by other things for a long time would have a completely different color. At that time, it happened to be the time when the world competed to offer auspicious signs the most, so he had an idea. He used black paper to cut a mold of the 2 words, "Long live," and stuck it on the golden peach. When the golden peach ripened, he removed the paper mold and sure enough, the 2 words appeared. With this method, he was able to release a county magistrate. Today, listening to the eloquent words of the 2 prisoners, he naturally didn't believe in such a miracle. He Haijiao asked, "What about the 6 people?" The prisoner followed the words taught to him by Yang Fan and said, "The 6 prisoners witnessed the miracle with their own eyes and were influenced by Buddha. They were willing to follow the great skanda to cultivate, so they were taken away by the deity." The corner of He Haijiao's mouth twitched twice, and he asked again, "Then why did you let go of such a good opportunity?" The prisoner sighed and said, "The 2 of us have a father, a mother, a wife, and a son. Our fate in the mortal world is not over. The deity said that we will be released soon. If we sincerely worship Buddha, as long as we go home and fulfill our filial piety to our parents and our duties to our wives, one day we will be rewarded." He Haijiao's eyes turned cold and he said sternly, "Really? If you lie, your 9 generations will be executed." The 2 immediately swore a vow. He Haijiao pinched his chin and thought for a while. He turned back to the giant's footprint and squatted down. He carefully observed it again, and then looked up at the skylight above the prison cell. A sly look suddenly flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Seeing him stand up, the registrar Shu Chun quickly moved in front of him and said in a low voice, "The Ming Mansion, I think this matter." He Haijiao raised his hand and stopped him. He said in a measured tone, "There is no doubt that this is an auspicious sign. This is because the Holy Son of Heaven is benevolent, so the heavens have sent an auspicious sign. This auspicious sign appeared in my Fangling County, because my Fangling County is clean and honest. This matter needs to be reported to the Holy Son of Heaven. Yes, yes, yes. The Registrar Shu tactfully retreated to the side. He Haijiao turned to look at the two prisoners and said, "The Holy Son of Heaven once issued an edict. If auspicious signs are reported everywhere, the local government cannot hide or obstruct them for any reason. Those who find auspicious signs must be immediately sent to the capital. Whether the auspicious signs are real or not, the imperial court will verify it. The local officials who find auspicious signs must send people to escort them. Those who find auspicious signs will be treated like a fifth-rank official." He Haijiao's words were not false. Wu Zetian had indeed issued such an imperial edict. Although she had ascended to the throne and was a little annoyed by the frequent reports of auspicious signs, she did not cancel the imperial edict. He Haijiao paused slightly and then said in a serious tone, "Haha, as long as what the two of you say is true, then you are blessed." The two peddlers hurriedly swore again and guaranteed with certainty that everything they said was true. He Haijiao nodded with satisfaction and turned to order, "Seal the prison and wait for the people from the capital to investigate. Send these two people who found auspicious signs to the residence and treat them well. I will arrange for people to send them to the capital as soon as possible." Since the county magistrate had already said so, the officials naturally did not dare to say anything. They immediately agreed. He Haijiao left the prison and returned to the back residence of the county yamen. She immediately sent for her brother-in-law, Lin Er, and told him in a low voice, "Find a few craftsmen who can keep their mouths shut and build a few layers of bricks for the ventilation holes above the prison. Make it smaller. Otherwise, when the people from the capital come and find out that our prison system is not in accordance with the rules, they will inevitably reprimand us." Lin Er understood immediately and hurriedly went to make the arrangements. When Yang Fan visited Fangling County, he had a general understanding of Zhushan District. Zhushan District was 140 li away from Fangling County and became famous because of Huangzhou Ridge. Huangzhou Ridge was located to the north of Huangzhou County, and the bamboo on the mountain was all yellow, hence the name. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, lived on Huangzhou Ridge. The area around Huangzhou Ridge was classified as a forbidden area. Ordinary people, hunters, and woodcutters were not allowed to set foot on the mountain. Because of the long period of watching over the Prince of Luling, the families of these military families had all been brought over. These military families had lived here on royal rations for 15 to 16 years and could be considered to have taken root here. 10 li below Huangzhou Ridge was Huangzhou Village. Yang Fan decided to first settle down in Huangzhou Village and gain a better understanding of Huangzhou Ridge. He would first contact the Prince of Luling, who was trapped on the mountain, and then decide on a strategy. However, the flow of people in this era was not large. Without the cover of the circus, even a dozen or so burly men like them would be enough to attract attention, not to mention that there were many young women among them. Thus, Yang Fan decided to have them split up and settle down in the villages around Huangzhou Village. In this era, information was not smooth. These people disguised themselves as husband and wife or brother and sister and settled down in the various villages. If the news could not be reported to the garrison commander in the village or the mountain in time, it would not attract attention. By the time the garrison commander in the village or the garrison commander in the mountain discovered something suspicious, they would probably have already picked up the Prince of Luling and left. Thus, when Yang Fan was about to reach Huangzhou Village, he decided on a method and place of contact with them. He then had them split up into different paths and head straight for the villages around Huangzhou Village, while he and Gu Zhuting directly entered Huangzhou Village at the bottom of Huangzhou Ridge. Chapter 777. Are you passing by this place? The innkeeper welcomed Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting in with a smile. Yang Fan walked in front with his head held high. Gu Zhuting followed half a step behind him with her bag. She was like a gentle and delicate wife. No one could tell that she was 100 faces demoness. Moreover, she was an outstanding female assassin who killed people with each step. Oh, no, we are here to buy a batch of bamboo. Yang Fan replied calmly. Bamboo mats made from yellow bamboos from your land, and then smoked. The color is like gold, and it is as warm as jade. Furthermore, it does not have insects. It looks good and is very practical. However, if I buy it locally, the price will be much higher. I won't be able to earn much. Therefore, my wife and I are here to buy a batch of bamboo before the hot summer sales arrive. Yang Fan laughed and said, If we buy it locally, it shouldn't be that expensive, right? When the innkeeper heard that he was here to buy bamboo, he would have to stay in the inn for a few more days. If he fawned on this person, he would be afraid that the next time he came to Huangzhou town, he would not choose this inn. Since he was in the bamboo business, he would definitely have to buy bamboo every year. The innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. Good, good, good. This guest has good eyes. This old man feels that the bamboo here is not worse than the bamboo produced in Shuzhou and Shaoxi. Unfortunately, there are not many people who know what's good. This old man will first congratulate the guest for making a fortune. Guest, please take a look. Are you satisfied with this room? You can eat in the front hall. Our inn's food is also very local. Not far from the backyard is a stream. The scenery on both sides is beautiful. You and your wife will definitely like this place. When Gu Zhuting first heard Yang Fan call her wife, her face was already burning hot, and now she heard this shopkeeper call them virtuous husband and wife. Her heart was so warm that she couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. It's just that when she was by Yang Fan's side, she still had to pretend to be calm, and it really made him suffer. Yang Fan looked around. The guest rooms in this small place were very comfortable. In Luoyang, there was only a bed and a low table, and the daily rent was more than 20 copper coins. The room here was divided into 2 rooms. The outer room was used to receive guests, and the inner room was used to rest. In the middle, there were 12 wooden screens that divided the room. It was quiet and elegant, and the cost of food and lodging for a day was only 10 copper coins. It was really a good and cheap place. Yang Fan nodded his head in satisfaction and said to Gu Zhuting, My wife, put the things down and take a rest. Gu Zhuting did not dare to speak, nor did she dare to raise her head to look at him. She only nodded her head meekly and stepped into the room. The shopkeeper smiled and said, My wife, please wait for a moment. The waiter will bring hot water in a while. If you want to take a bath, just close the window and bolt the door. This old man's shop is very quiet. Yang Fan did not enter the room. He only paced back and forth in the outer room before walking out again. He stood under a tall cassia tree in the courtyard and pretended to talk to the shopkeeper. Haha, I heard that your place is famous because of the Huangzhou Ridge. The bamboo there is the most and the cheapest. Is that true? The shopkeeper gave him a thumbs up and said, Sir, you have put in some effort. In our Huangzhou County, the place that produces the most bamboo is the Huangzhou Ridge. Sir, you are in the bamboo business, so I believe you need new bamboo and old bamboo. In other places, bamboo is often cut down, but there are not many old bamboo. Only in the Huangzhou Ridge, ordinary people cannot go up there. You can find old bamboo no matter how old it is. Hearing this, Yang Fan turned around and sat down on a green stone under the tree. He patted the stone beside him and said to the shopkeeper, Come, come, come. Shopkeeper, please take a seat. I've just arrived here and don't know much about the situation here. If shopkeeper is willing to help me out and act as a go-between, if this deal is successful, ha ha ha. Although this is a small business and doesn't earn much, I'll still pay for the hard work. Gu Zhuting put down her bag. She saw that the room was well lit and bright. Outside the back window was a forest with rustling branches and leaves. Behind the front window was a courtyard with slanting sunlight. She was very satisfied. She leisurely walked to the window and glanced out. Coincidentally, she saw Yang Fan chatting cheerfully with the shopkeeper under the tree. The sunlight shone through the osmanthus leaves, creating a gorgeous scene. The gorgeous sunlight shone on Yang Fan's body, creating a special effect. Sunny, hearty, handsome, a manly aura that made people's hearts beat faster. Gu Zhuting hurriedly withdrew her body and returned to the couch to sit down. Her cheeks were a little hot. She gently pressed down on her beating heart. She was a little ashamed and upset as she blamed herself. Damn it, what nonsense are you thinking? I have never had any feelings for you. How can you be so unbearable? In the end, you can't keep your previous vow? As a warrior of a large family, it was fine if he was only a bodyguard. However, for those who were assassins or death warriors, people who walked in the shadows for the family, no matter how skilled they were, there would always be times when they would fail. Gu Zhuting was used to this kind of thing since she was young. Therefore, since she was a young girl, she had made up her mind to never marry. Since she had already reincarnated into this kind of family and embarked on this kind of fate, she would live one day at a time. Why should she abandon her husband and children in the future and die with regret? However, some things were instinctive. Every day, she would be together with a young man who was not too bad-looking, not too low in status, and not too bad in intelligence. Moreover, they had experienced so many things together. Moreover, this man just happened to be able to remove her worries. How could she bind her heart? The couch under her buttocks had been basked in the sunlight for a long time. It felt dry and warm when caressed. Gu Zhuting suddenly thought of a question. Sovereign, where does he sleep at night? She hurriedly got up and walked around the screen to look at the front hall. There seemed to be nothing that could be used as a bed. Gu Zhuting's heartstrings relaxed. She couldn't tell if she was happy, longing, or having wild thoughts. You are so shameless, Gu Zhuting scolded herself in her heart. She wanted to act like a little girl and cover her cheeks. She hurriedly returned to the inner room. She couldn't help but look at the dressing table. An octagonal bronze mirror with cloud patterns reflected a beautiful face that was as pretty as a peach blossom. Her face was real and her eyes were sparkling. Gu Zhuting couldn't help but carefully look at it. She made a slight evaluation. It seems that I can enter his eyes. The wind slowly blew in from outside the window. This spring breeze carried the fresh smell of the countryside, refreshing the mind. If the wind wanted to blow in, it couldn't be closed. Even if the window was closed, how could it stop the wind from quietly entering the gap between the windows? Huangzhou town was located in a remote area. It wasn't considered a major transportation route. There weren't many customers coming and going, so the shop's business was slow. Yang Fan wanted to chat with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had plenty of time to begin with. He also wanted to help him buy bamboo locally, so he sat down next to him and patiently introduced him. The two of them talked and already exchanged names. The shopkeeper was called Lu Mingfu. Opening the inn was only a part-time business. His family also had a small shop and several tens of mu of farmland. Lu Mingfu said, "Brother Yang, to be honest, why do you think there are so many bamboo on Huangzhou Ridge? Because common people aren't allowed to climb the mountain." Yang Fan pretended to be confused and asked in surprise, "Why aren't common people allowed to climb the mountain? Is that mountain private property of some family?" Lu Mingfu shook his head and said, "That's not it. It's just that there's an amazing person living on the mountain." He pretended to be mysterious and looked left and right. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Yang, have you not heard that the son of the current emperor, the Prince of Luling, who was once the emperor of the Tang dynasty, lives on Huangzhou Ridge?" Yang Fan slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, yes, this little brother has heard of this matter before. It's just that I didn't think of it for a moment. This is bad. If it's like this, doesn't it mean that we can't harvest the bamboo on the mountain? Lu Mingfu laughed and said, That's not true. Rules are naturally set by the imperial court. But these rules have to be obeyed. Those officers and soldiers guarding the mountain have lived here for more than 10 years. They are naturally very familiar with the people at the foot of the mountain. You're an outsider, so of course you can't go up the mountain. It's not impossible for this old man to go up the mountain. However, this old man can only go up to the second fence around the mountain. I won't be able to go any further. Yang Fan said. Shopkeeper is saying? Lu Mingfu puffed out his chest and said, If Brother Yang trusts me, then leave this matter to me. I'll go up the mountain and tell the guards to allow me to bring people up the mountain to cut bamboo. You'll naturally have to pay them the money for selling the bamboo. I believe they won't refuse since there's some extra money to be made. After that, you just have to pay the people who cut the bamboo some wages. It'll definitely be cheaper than buying the bamboo. Yang Fan was overjoyed and said repeatedly, Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper. I just don't know, is this method really feasible? This one wants to buy bamboo to make mats, baskets, bamboo pillows, bamboo couches, and all kinds of other utensils. The requirements are all different and the bamboo needed is also different. I don't know if this one can bring this one up the mountain so that I can give pointers. Lu Mingfu was slightly hesitant when he heard this. Stroking his beard, he didn't dare to promise everything. Yang Fan hurriedly said, This one is just afraid that the people I hired will do some useless work. If it's not convenient, shopkeeper only needs to bring me up the mountain once and give everyone some pointers. In the future, I'll just wait in town. Hearing this, Lu Mingfu reluctantly nodded and said, Since it's only once, perhaps it's possible. Brother Yang, don't think that this old man isn't willing to help. It's only now that you have a chance to go up the mountain. If it was 6 years ago, no matter how big this business of yours was, this old man still wouldn't dare to agree to this matter. Yang Fan curiously asked, 6 years ago? How is it different from now? Lu Mingfu said, 6 years ago, when Provincial Governor Chui was transferred to this province, the Prince of Luling's situation improved. Provincial Governor Chui sent people up the mountain to renovate a house for the Prince of Luling and change his bedding. Clothes were regularly provided for all 4 seasons and chicken, duck, and fish were occasionally presented. Although he was intercepted by the soldiers, this prince was finally living a decent life. Yang Fan's heart was moved. He had just been worrying about how to sneak the Prince of Luling down the mountain under the heavy guard of the soldiers. If this Chui Si was really loyal to Li Tang, perhaps he could make use of him. Thus, he hurriedly asked, In that case, this provincial governor Chui is an old party loyal to Li Tang? A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Mingfu's face. Slowly shaking his head, he said, No, because this provincial governor Chui was originally transferred over from Qianzhou. The more Yang Fan heard, the more confused he became. He was transferred over from Qianzhou. What does it have to do with him treating the Prince of Luling well? Chapter 778. Lu Mingfu had a very good impression of this humble and obedient young man and patiently explained, When Li Tang's former wife was exiled to various places, the Prince of Chao, Li Ming, was exiled to Qianzhou. Yang Fan blinked and said, So what? Lu Mingfu said, At that time, the governor of Qianzhou was called Xieyu. Governor Xie said that under His Majesty's edict, the Prince of Chao, Li Ming, was ordered to commit suicide. The Prince of Chao was afraid of implicating his family, so he didn't dare to disobey the edict and could only hang himself. After the Prince of Chao's death, Governor Xie was afraid of the revenge of the Prince of Chao's descendants, so he filled the mansion with guards. When he rested at night, he always rested on the top floor of the pavilion. He also placed a large bed in the middle of the hall and had more than 10 concubines sleep by his side to protect him. Even so, he was unable to preserve his life. One day, his concubines woke up early in the morning and were shocked to find that there was only Governor Xie's headless corpse on the bed. Governor Xie's head was taken off in the middle of the night, but no one in the mansion noticed. Yang Fan heard the interest and couldn't help but laugh. Then what happened next? Did you find out the truth? Lu Mingfu nodded and said, the truth wasn't hard to find out. The one who wanted to kill Governor Xie the most was of course the Prince of Chao's son. Later, the truth was found out. The assassin was indeed hired by the Prince of Chao's mansion with a large sum of money. When the soldiers captured the young prince, they found Governor Xie's head in his mansion. Governor Xie's head had already been turned into a chamber pot by the young prince, and had been used for a very long time. Yang Fan listened with fascination. He thought about how the assassin hired by the Prince of Chao's mansion had climbed a tall building amidst layers of guards and women. He had taken off his head in the middle of the night, and after the deed was done, no one had noticed. Such a skill really made one yearn for it. It was a pity that this kind of wanderer would definitely brush his robe and leave after the deed was done. He wouldn't leave his name at all, otherwise he could have made good friends with him. Gu Zhuting was in a dilemma in her room and did not hear this story. Otherwise, when she saw Yang Fan's expression of admiration for her proud action, she would have felt a little proud in her heart. Lu Mingfu chuckled, then said, "This prefecture's Cui Jingxi, provincial governor Cui, was an official in Qianzhou back then. He clearly knows about the matter of Governor Xie flying off in the middle of the night. Think about it, now that he's been transferred to Fangzhou, the Prince of Luling is under his watch. If something unexpected happens to the Prince of Luling, what would happen if some chivalrous hero who sees injustice takes his anger out on him? He might not be able to manage other matters, but taking care of the Prince of Luling's food and drink, and allowing your Highness to live well won't take much effort from him, so why not?" Yang Fan nodded his head. Now that he understood the true attitude of this provincial governor Cui towards the Prince of Luling, he no longer dared to rashly borrow this person's strength. Yang Fan thought to himself, "Forget it, I'll use this innkeeper to go up the mountain and get a feel of the situation first. That chivalrous hero can steal Governor Xie's head in a heavily guarded place, but I, Yang Fan, can't steal a lively Prince of Luling from a heavily guarded army?" The bamboo forest on Yellow Bamboo Ridge was dense, and the bamboo poles and leaves were indeed a bit yellow. However, it was not the kind of withered yellow, but a kind of tender yellow that was full of vitality, just like the branches and leaves that had just sprouted. Thus, when the new green and tender yellow entered one's eyes, it was like a cup of fragrant tea slowly entering one's mouth. At first, the fragrance assailed one's nostrils, but after a faint taste, it became a different taste. Dozens of local young men who had finished their farm work were organized by the innkeeper. Carrying ropes and choppers, they walked along the narrow mountain path, passing through patches of tall bamboos. The bamboo branches rustled, and as soon as they stepped in, they felt refreshed. Wearing a round-collared robe, Yang Fan walked shoulder to shoulder with Lu Mingfu at the back. As they walked, they chatted softly, casually chatting about the local customs. Halt! An open space appeared in front of them. About several dozen zhang away, they could see the end of the open space, and there was even a bamboo wall. This was the second time they had seen such an open space after entering the mountain. Lu Mingfu had already told Yang Fan about the use of this thing. Building an open area was to prevent fire and also to prevent people from sneaking in. The area was wide, and without the cover of the bamboo forest, wanting to sneak in was not something an ordinary person could do. Hearing someone stop him, Lu Mingfu hurriedly stepped forward and laughed. "Captain Liang, it's this old man who has come." Standing in front was a soldier, and behind him were several other soldiers. However, their clothes were not very neat, and the robes they wore were also not proper. Some were not wearing pants, and some were not wearing military jackets. If they were commoners, they would have at least a few things that belonged to the army, but if they were soldiers, many of them were dressed like commoners. However, when he thought about how they had settled down here, with their wives and children all living on the mountain for 15 to 16 years, and other than guarding the Prince of Luling, they had no other errands, Nor did they receive any training or mobilization. Yang Fan felt relieved. It would be strange if this kind of army still had any semblance of an army. However, although their appearance were not neat, their military discipline was still extremely strict. After all, they were guarding an important person, and if there was the slightest mistake, they would all lose their heads. When it came to matters of life and death, no matter how lax they usually were, they still did not dare to be careless. Captain Liang. The villagers carrying choppers and ropes up the mountain all greeted this officer, and some even greeted the soldiers behind him. It seemed that they had been neighbors for more than 10 years, so they were all familiar with each other. When Captain Liang saw shopkeeper Lu, his expression relaxed a little. "Is that him?" As he spoke, his gaze was already fixed on Yang Fan. Yang Fan hurriedly put on the smooth smile of a businessman and gave him a humble smile. Shopkeeper Lu said, "Yes, yes, yes, that's him. Captain Liang, please be magnanimous and let us brothers earn some expenses. It's a win-win situation." As he spoke, he took out the money pouch that Yang Fan had given him and stuffed it into Captain Liang's hand. Captain Liang weighed the money pouch up and down, slowly squeezing out a satisfied smile. He nodded carelessly and waved his hand. "Just chop in that area and don't go any higher. If the brigade marshal finds out, even I will be implicated." Shopkeeper Lu nodded and bowed. "Yes, yes, yes. Also, this foreign guest is only allowed to go up the mountain today. He won't be allowed to come up tomorrow." "Yes, yes, yes." Shopkeeper Lu only nodded. Captain Liang glanced at Yang Fan, then shook his head and led his men back. Yang Fan noticed that there were only 2 people standing guard at the bamboo gate in front of him. Not far from the bamboo gate, there were several children playing around. They were probably the children of these military families. Yes, this kind of bamboo can be used to make shoulder poles and chopsticks. The scraps can be used to make paper. It doesn't matter if you cut more. This kind of bamboo is the best. It's neither too old nor too tender. It's most suitable for making all kinds of bamboo wares. Chop more of this kind. Yang Fan dutifully played the role of a bamboo wares merchant. He followed behind the workers and pointed them out one by one. In any case, these villagers did not really know what kind of bamboo was good for. Yang Fan's knowledge was enough to deal with them. Shopkeeper Lu was old and sat on a bluestone at the intersection to cool off. Yang Fan followed the lumberjacks and pointed randomly while observing the scene behind the bamboo wall. When it was almost evening, they had to call it a day. There was a mountain spring on the mountain and the water was not small. However, the spring was winding and sometimes deep and sometimes shallow. It was impossible to put bamboo rafts in. If they threw the bamboo into the spring, it would get stuck after flowing along the water, and they would have to fiddle with it from time to time. They could only cut off the branches and leaves of the bamboo into bundles and drag them down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were several rented ox carts. They carried the bundles of bamboo back to town and left them in the corner of the inn's backyard. Back at the inn, Yang Fan took a shower and changed into a new set of clothes. Only then did he walk around the screen and stroll into the living room. Gu Zhuting was already sitting on pins and needles when she heard the sound of water splashing behind the screen. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him come out after changing clothes. Yang Fan had changed into a moon-white Taoist robe. The wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look even more handsome and elegant. He had never neglected his martial arts, so his body was extremely fit and sturdy. His bones and tendons were as tough as cast iron and his muscles were well proportioned and powerful. He was fit and majestic, without the slightest bit of excess fat on his body. However, this elegant attire and his high Taoist bun gave him a temperament that was completely different from a martial artist. He was handsome, free, and had a unique charm. Perhaps this was just Gu Zhuting's impression of him. Distance makes beauty. Because he could not obtain what he desired, it increased his charm by a few notches. It was as if he had been possessed by an inner demon. The clouds were on the mountaintop. When one ascended the mountaintop, the clouds would be even further away. The moon was in the water. When the surface was pushed aside, the moon would be even deeper. Gu Zhuting hurriedly withdrew her gaze and moved the couch for him. She softly asked, "Ah Lang, what did you see when you went up the mountain today?" Yang Fan nodded to her in thanks and sat down. He said, "I've looked carefully. There are 3 lines of defense on the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, there should be 4. The Prince of Luling's residence must be guarded by someone else. There are 3 lines of defense, and in front of each line is an open area of several dozen zhang wide. Aside from sharp bamboo roots, there are only weeds that don't reach the knees. No one can hide there." Gu Zhuting stood at his side, listening attentively. Yang Fan continued to explain, "Behind each open area is a bamboo wall. Inside the bamboo wall there is a bamboo building every 100 steps. However, other than the guards at the entrance of the mountain, the bamboo buildings are all empty. However, the bamboo buildings don't look dilapidated. Some of them were repaired not long ago, and there are new bamboo roofs on them." Gu Zhuting thought for a moment and said, "In other words, the guards on the mountain believe that no one will sneak up the mountain during the day, so they are lax during the day. At night, these bamboo buildings will be used?" Yang Fan nodded. "That's right. Therefore, after today's observation, I feel that it's easier to sneak in at night than during the day. Moreover, after the second bamboo wall there are military residences. It can be imagined that the residence of the Prince of Luling's family will not be any different from theirs. If we climb the mountain in the dark, it will be very difficult to find the Prince of Luling. Sneak in during the day." Gu Zhuting stared at him for a moment before nodding. "All right, I can do it." Yang Fan smiled. "I knew it wouldn't be difficult for you, but is it too late to prepare now? If possible, I hope to go up the mountain with you tomorrow morning." "Of course it's too late." Gu Zhuting agreed very straightforwardly. Just for this smile from Yang Fan, she felt that preparing for half the night was worth it. Last night they had slept on one side of the long bed, and Gu Zhuting had not slept. Listening to his peaceful snoring and hating him for being so insensitive, all these feelings had vanished into nothingness because of his bright smile.